Good morning and welcome back. Good morning and welcome back. The time is now 8:30 and I would like to call the May 27th, 2022 meeting of the Energy Facility Siting Council back to order. Mr. Secretary, please call the roll.
Marcy Grill.
Here.
Okay, we're back. Kent Howe.
Here.
Hanley Jenkins. Cindy Condon.
Here.
Jordan Truitt.
Here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you.
Check. Yeah, there's less feedback or less echo.
Yeah.
I think that did it. Okay.
Sounds good on my end.
Secretary, are there any agenda modifications?
Madam Chair, just as a reminder that agenda item G today, the council's review of the Nolan Hills draft proposed order will not occur. So that will be put off to a future council meeting. So that'll be the one modification.
Thank you. Okay. I have the following announcements. For council members and anyone addressing the council, please remember to state your name clearly and please do not use the speakerphone feature as it will create feedback. Please mute your phones, and if you are joining us by phone and receive a call, please hang up from this call and dial back in after finishing your other call. For those signed onto the webinar, please do not broadcast your webcam. For agenda item D, public comment period, there are 3 ways to let us know you are interested in providing comments to the council. For those in person, please fill out a registration card available on the table and submit to Sarah Esterson. For those using the WebEx, you will need to use the raise your hand feature. For those on the phone only, you will need to press *3, which will alert us that you want to speak. We will go over these options again during that agenda item. If you want to receive future email notifications of council meetings, project milestones, or rulemakings through our Click Dimensions program, you can do so by clicking on the link in the agenda or on the council webpage. Look for the green box on the right-hand side of the page that says Sign up for emails updates. For those in the room, you can also ask staff to help sign you up on the computer in the back of the room. You are also welcome to access the online project mapping tool and any documents by visiting our website. Staff can also help anyone in the room access this information on the computer in the back of the room. Please note that the audio and video of this meeting is being recorded and may be posted to the council's website following the meeting. Energy Facility Siting Council meetings shall be conducted in a respectful and courteous manner where everyone is allowed to state their positions at the appropriate times consistent with council rules and procedures. Willful, accusatory, offensive, insulting, threatening, insolent, or slanderous comments which disrupt the council meeting are not acceptable. Pursuant to Oregon Administrative Rule 345-011-0080, any person who engages in unacceptable conduct which disrupts the meeting may be expelled. So our next agenda item is agenda item C, and this is the Port Westward Renewable Fuels Project. This is council review of the site certificate exemption request. We have Wally Adams, Operation and Policy Analyst, to present the proposed order on this request. Wally?
Thank you, Chair Grail. Good morning, members of the council. I'm Wally Adams, Operations and Policy Analyst with Oregon Department of Energy. So we're going to review a request for exemption from the requirement for a site certificate from the Port Westward Renewable Fuels Project. This is an action item, so as Chair Grail mentioned, at the end, we'll ask council to take action on this item. So we're going to go through project description, the procedural history, what the council's authority is, and the applicable requirements. We did get some public comments on this, so we'll go over a summary of that. And then, of course, we'll go into detail and review the exemption request. And then at the end, it'll be time for your deliberation. And of course, any point, if you would like to ask questions, please feel free. So this is, we call it the Port Westward Renewable Fuels Project. The applicant is Next Renewable Fuels LLC. The location would be the Port Westward Industrial Park in Columbia County. The total area is about 145 acres. That's 115 for the facility, and then just shy of 30 acres for the associated rail spur that is needed to support the facility. The capacity for this project, the input would be up to 50,000 barrels per day of biomass feedstocks, and we'll talk about what those are as we get into this. And then the output would be 49,200 barrels per day of renewable fuels, both diesel and naphtha. And those are the maximum capacities. So they wouldn't necessarily have that right at the beginning, but that's the maximum that they're saying that they would process and produce at this facility. So just a couple of maps here to get us oriented. I'd like to point out on here, and you can see the Port Westward area and the facility site marked. You can also see where the rail spur is kind of over on the right-hand side. And it's probably a little hard to see on the screen, trying to move my cursor, but there's a main rail line here that they would tie into, and that is to bring some materials in, but mainly they intend to use the port for receiving their raw materials and for shipping their finished products out. So just another view, and you can see some of the other utility connections over on the left. There is a tie for a natural gas line. The facility uses natural gas. We'll talk about where they use that and why. And then you can also see the pipeline route. That's in blue, and that's to both bring in the raw materials and, of course, to transfer out the finished products over to the port. So procedural history, the application was initially submitted in November of 2020. The department sent a request for additional information to Next, and they responded in February of 21. And then at the end of March, the department sent an evaluation of the exemption request to Next, and the purpose was basically just to clarify where information was still required. So then March 31st of this year, Next submitted an updated request for exemption, and shortly thereafter, the department issued a notice of filing, which basically is saying we considered it complete as required by the statute and rules. On April 20th, the department issued a draft of the proposed order that we're going to review today, and concurrently opened a 21-day written comment period. May 11th, that comment period closed, and we issued the proposed order and a written comment summary for council's consideration on May 13th. So the council's authority here in ORS 469-300-11A, it says that an energy facility includes in Part G, a plant which converts biomass to a gas, liquid, or solid, any combination of such products, if they can be burned to produce the equivalent of 6 billion BTUs of heat a day. This facility at its maximum capacity would far exceed that. So it would normally fall within the council's authority unless it qualified for an exemption. So next is applied for an exemption under 469 ORS 469 320 to F, which states a site certificate is not required for, and I'm not going to read through all of these things, but basically the facility has to exclusively use biomass as a source of material for conversion to a liquid fuel. They have to have local land use approval, no new EFSC jurisdictional transmission or pipelines. 90% of the finished products have to be transported in bulk by rail or barge. And finally, the carbon intensity specification has to be met. So we'll go through each of these in detail as we review the request for exemption. So I mentioned that we had a written comment period that was open from April 20th to May 11th. We received a total of 11 comments. All the comments are posted on our ODO webpage, which is fairly new that we have a docket, as we call it, out there. So the substantive comments that we received focused basically on two issues. The first was that the facility, so again, this is the comments. The comments claim that the facility does not exclusively use biomass and therefore does not meet the requirements of the statute for an exemption. And second, that the carbon intensity of the facility exceeds 118 pounds of CO2 per million BTUs and therefore does not require or meet that part of the requirements of the statute. So we'll address each of these as we review the application versus the statute. So we're going to start with the hard one, and that's the feedstock. And so just looking again at the statute, so this says that they must exclusively use biomass, including but not limited to grain, whey, potatoes, oilseeds, waste vegetable oil, or cellulosic biomass as the source of material for conversion to a liquid fuel. So basically, I think there are two questions here that we have to answer. And it's first, does the feedstock that Next intends to use meet the definition of biomass? That's the easier part. And then second, does the statement exclusively uses biomass as the source of material for conversion refer to only the primary feedstock or to all of the ingredients that are used? And we'll get into great detail on that second point in particular. Well, let's look at the first point. So here's an example that Next put in their application of what their feedstock would look like. So they would use, soybean and canola oils, corn oil, used cooking oil, beef tallow, and then a couple of types of grease obtained from animals, from pork and chickens. So if you look at the statute, it says exclusively uses biomass, including but not limited to, and some of these things that are listed here are not in this table. So, does it meet the requirements? The waste vegetable oil would count in there. But some of the other things aren't specifically listed, although the standard does say biomass, including but not limited to. So the applicant did make an argument for this in their application, and they called on a definition of biomass from ORS Chapter 315. This is basically the tax code. And here there is a definition of biomass that says it means organic matter that is available on a renewable or recurring basis. And then it gives a list. And included in that list are offal and tallow from animal rendering. And then finally, crops grown solely to be used for energy. So, basically the department in reviewing this, we agree that that's a good definition to use, and the biomass that they've cited would count and falls under the statute. Okay. Excuse me just a second. So now is where it gets interesting. So let's take a look at this phrase again. And I highlighted the part as a source of material for conversion to a liquid fuel. And we're going to come back to that. So really, I think on the second point of do they exclusively use biomass, we need to look a little bit at the process and what this facility is doing. And we're also going to look a little bit at past exemptions that have been made to council. So I've got a chart here that compares renewable diesel versus biodiesel. So this facility would make renewable diesel and other renewable fuels. And they're a little different from biodiesel. So in past exemptions that have come before council have been for biodiesel facilities. This is the first renewable diesel facility that has requested an exemption from council. So, you know, as far as the primary ingredients, they're the same for both of these. But then there are other ingredients that are used in both cases. In the case of biodiesel, there's always an alcohol that's used as a secondary ingredient. It's usually methanol. It can also be ethanol. For renewable diesel, there's also a secondary ingredient, and that's hydrogen. And we'll talk a little bit more here about what that's used for. The production processes are a little different. The process for making biodiesel is known as transesterification. For renewable diesel, it's known as hydrotreating. So, and then just on the fuel itself that's made, biodiesel contains oxygen. Renewable diesel does not. It's a hydrocarbon. And what that means is that renewable diesel is essentially the same as conventional diesel. Biodiesel is not. And so usually when biodiesel is made, it has to be blended with conventional diesel, whereas renewable is typically considered a drop-in replacement. So there are definite advantages to renewable diesel over biodiesel. But the main point of this slide is that secondary ingredients portion, that both of these have ingredients other than just the oils and fats that are necessary in order to make the fuel. So here's the process that Next intends to use to make the renewable fuel. And, you know, we don't have to focus, you know, too much on the technical part of this unless you want to, because I would be happy to do that. I love talking about this stuff. But the main reason I'm putting that up there is so that you see up at the top right where it says hydrogen, and it shows hydrogen going in at different places here. So the first place it goes is a deoxygenation reactor. So they use hydrogen basically to help remove oxygen from the ingredients before they're further processed. And then it also goes in later into the isomerization reactor in order to, it's a reactant that's included and is part of the reaction in making the fuel. So it's a couple of different places here where it's used. So looking at this a little more simply and comparing it to biodiesel, if we look at the renewable diesel process on the left, the feedstock goes into this hydrotreating process, and out comes the fuel. And then on the left, I'm showing the hydrogen coming in. And also, I think it's important, especially in the context of some of the comments that we received, to understand, well, where is that hydrogen coming from? Hydrogen's coming from natural gas. Now, that is very normal. Most hydrogen, if you need hydrogen to make something, let's say you're making fertilizer, you're probably getting that hydrogen from natural gas. You do it with a reformer is the typical device that's used, and you strip the hydrogen out, and you then use the hydrogen for your process. And you do make CO2 in that process. That's kind of a byproduct of stripping the hydrogen from the natural gas. So I circled in red the hydrogen as a secondary ingredient. And then if you look over at the biodiesel, the feedstock's the same, different process, again, transesterification versus hydrotreating. And that secondary ingredient is the methanol or ethanol that's added and used for conversion. I actually want to step back here now before I go on to the past council exemption. So when I first looked at this application and read this through and read the statute, the first question I asked myself was, do we have to count the hydrogen as part of this? Does that need to be counted as part of the biomass? And I read this part of the statute very carefully and slowly, and at least the way that I read it. So exclusively uses biomass. Of course, we have the including but not limited to part, but as the source of material for conversion to a liquid fuel. And I thought about that. And to me, what that meant was, what are we converting to a liquid fuel? Well, we're converting these vegetable oils and animal fats. That's the way that I read this. I thought, could somebody read this another way, and how, has the council read it in the past? So I want to look at, did we have examples of past exemption requests or similar processes? And we did. So we have had 2 prior applications for exemption for biodiesel facilities. The first one was ultra biodiesel, and the second one was Morrow Bioenergy. They were both actually considered pretty much at the same time, because the council issued orders granting exemptions to both facilities on February 2nd, 2007. So from those orders granting the exemptions, for the ultra order, it said the planned facility will convert domestically produced soy or canola oil, imported palm oil, or other seed oil to produce biodiesel fuel. The council finds that criterion A is met. So there was no mention of any alcohol being used in this process. And I assure you, they were using alcohol. If they're making biodiesel, they're using alcohol. You're not going to make biodiesel without it. But there was no mention in any of the application materials of the alcohol. It was not considered as far as we can tell. The same was true for Morrow. So they said the planned facility will convert seed oil to produce biodiesel fuel. Council finds that criterion A is met. Same thing. There's no mention of the methanol, ethanol, or any other reactants used in the conversion process in the applications, the orders, or any other documents that we have on file. So the other facilities, I don't mention this in the slide because they're not as directly applicable, but I think they're close enough to me. We've had exemption requests for ethanol facilities as well, or facilities that would convert biomass to make ethanol. And you find the same thing, that the primary feedstock, biomass feedstock, is mentioned, and there's never any mention of anything else that's used to do the conversion. And I mean, ethanol, it's a little different than making biodiesel or renewable fuels. But again, there are other things you're going to use in order to accomplish that reaction. And they were not considered and not mentioned. So, in summary, well, I'll hold off on summarizing, and we'll talk a little bit about legislative history here. So 469-322F was enacted in 1999 and was amended in 2005 to include biodiesel and expand the definition of feedstocks. Again, and we looked at this legislative history, there's no mention of ethanol, methanol, or hydrogen reactants in the legislative history that we could find. The conversation seemed to focus exclusively on the primary feedstock. And, I just gave one example here where the committee administrator introduced the bill, and he talked, I'm not going to read this word for word, you can read it yourself, but he talks about basically the biomass feedstock that these facilities would use. So this is my last slide in this section. I think we'll pause here and see what questions you have and what discussion you would like to have. But I'll just say, in summary, the department's reading of the statute is that only the primary feedstock should be considered with respect to biomass. And the department believes that the stance is supported by prior council decisions and a review of the legislative history. So we think, based on the description of the feedstocks provided in the request for exemption, that the facility will exclusively use biomass as a source of material for conversion to a liquid fuel. And we recommend council find that the proposed plant would satisfy criterion A. I think you can read it differently. The department believes that the way that we are reading it, and apparently the council has read it in the past, is the more correct way to read it. And I'll stop there and see if you have questions.
Thank you, Marcy. Wally, there is some discussion about components of the proposed plant include boilers, heaters, and other processing equipment. Obviously, there's energy used to fire those boilers and heaters. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Correct. And we'll talk about that more when we go over criterion E. And so part of the exemption criteria refer to the carbon intensity of whatever fuel is used for providing the energy for conversion. So you're making a fuel, it's a chemical process, you're going to need energy to accomplish that. And so, as you correctly pointed out, they use natural gas as that fuel. And we believe they meet that criterion as well. I don't know if you want to jump to that directly or just wait till we get there, but we will talk about that more because the other comments that we received focus on that part of it as well.
Sure. I guess what I'm interested in is that there's natural gas involved in that as well as the reactant, and there's no mention of that in the statute, legislative history, or prior decisions by the council. So I think it's important to recognize that it's not just the reactant that's introducing natural gas here. It's also the processing of the product.
That is absolutely right. They're using it for two different purposes. Part of the reaction, and then also as the fuel for conversion energy.
Thank you.
Yes.
Excuse me, Chair Grail.
Yes, Vice Chair Howe.
Okay, I just wanted to say I agree completely with staff's reading of the statute. It refers to the source material as what's exclusive. And that source material then is going to be converted, and that conversion is a process, and it doesn't speak to how or what that process is, other than like we were just talking about on if you're using natural gas to as part of that process to heat the boilers, you can't exceed 118 pounds of carbon dioxide. So the conversion process requires hydrogen, and that comes from natural gas. I don't have an issue with it because I'd say we're consistent with the statute. The exclusive portion of the statute is referring to the source material only, and so I'm comfortable with this completely. And it continues past practice.
Thank you. Hi, Cindy.
Hey there, Chair Grill. I read it a little bit differently, but before I get into that, on your slide with the primary feedstock, and this is just kind of my lack of understanding of the definitions of biomass, which I did look up, and in just Webster's, but here in the this slide, so and you have highlighted waste vegetable oil, and was there a reason that vegetable oil, I mean, in the listing of feedstocks that are going to be used in this application, it's tallow, it's animal fats, and I'm just curious.
Thank you, Councilmember Condon. So Wally Adams again for the record. I highlighted that because of the used cooking oil on this one, and I felt like the other items on there probably did not fall in there. It could have made that a little clearer with the highlighting or maybe a little better explanation. But the other items on there outside of the used cooking oil, I felt fell more under this definition. If I can then go to this next slide that we get from ORS Chapter 315. I personally, I liked that the applicant had called this out and referred to it, because although the statute says, you know, including but not limited to, leaves it open, and it kind of leaves you questioning, well, what would be included in there? It wouldn't be just anything. And so, you know, it makes sense to me that we call on another part of the statute for that definition. And it's, you know, if we look at that, so the offal and tallow from animal rendering, I go back here now to, excuse me, it's gone one too many, so catch up. If we go back here, so I think the offal and tallow would cover the animal fat items. So the bottom three. And then, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Okay. And then the soybean and canola oils and distillers corn oil, to me, that's the final one there, where we're talking crops grown solely to be used for energy. So I thought between this and then the definition that's in the council's statute, that all of the items in their list were covered.
Okay. Just, and I have another question.
Go ahead.
And it is related to the exclusive, the word exclusive. So feedstock to me is really anything coming in at whatever stage. And how is ethanol and methanol produced as opposed to the hydrogen?
That is a great question. Again, with Swally Adams for the record. That is a great question, Councilmember Condon. I'm glad you asked that, because methanol, which would be, so if you're making biodiesel, the most common way that you're going to make biodiesel is going to be using methanol as the secondary reactant. And where does most methanol come from? Natural gas. You can make methanol from biomass, but you probably are not going to. That if you know, you look at where most methanol comes from in the United States, and it wouldn't just be here, it would be anywhere. It is made by steam reforming of natural gas. So, you know, it would have, if I believe, if the statute is to be read to include everything, then the council, at minimum, you would have to say the council erred in the past by not requiring that they disclose the source of the alcohol that was being used, because it would have been very relevant, and it would likely not have been from biomass.
Have further conversation just with respect to that. So what I am troubled by is the referral to past decisions made in 2007, that I think the environment was very different than we have now. And natural gas was maybe considered the cleaner fuel. And so maybe that was sidelined. Now we have a completely different environment where natural gas certainly is seen to have some greenhouse emissions issues and whatnot that we're trying to deal with. And so I'm troubled by relying on decisions that were made in 2007, very different information we have now. Do you have any comments on that?
The only comment, thank you, Councilmember Condon, again, Wally Adams for the record. The only comment that I will make is it's the council's decision. I think, you know, our job as staff is to give you all the information to make the decision. And so trying to do that and provide you with everything that we can. I have no interest either way. And from the first day I read this application, if I had found differently that in past exemptions that council had considered the other ingredients, then I think it would have convinced me to go the other direction. And I would have had no problem with that, other than it wasn't how I initially read it, but that's neither here nor there. So this is your choice, and I'll leave it to you to deliberate what the right direction is.
Just one final question.
Yes, Cindy.
Is there any other process to create hydrogen other than natural gas?
Thank you, Councilmember Condon. Another good question. Then there certainly are other ways to make natural gas. And I think in one of the comments that there is an argument made to that effect. And I thought about that a bit because some of those ways, although they would be considered more environmentally friendly, may still not meet the definition of statute. So let's explore that just for a second. Say we read it that all the ingredients must be biomass. So then if you did something like make hydrogen by electrolysis, where you would take, renewable energy and you pass that through water and you dissociate water into hydrogen and oxygen molecules, that would be a more environmentally friendly way to make hydrogen. Would that be biomass? Thinking probably not. So the way that I would think of that you would have to make hydrogen and have it qualify to be from biomass would be from renewable natural gas. Now, I don't know how commercially feasible that is. It's certainly theoretically possible, and that may meet the definition of biomass doing it that way, but certainly more difficult, may or may not be commercially viable. I would say at the time the statute was written, certainly would not have been commercially viable at that time. So it could put the applicant in a position where they could not reasonably meet the criteria for exemption, that they would have to get a site certificate. So something to, I guess, consider as you're thinking about how to read this.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else have anything?
Yeah, Chair Grail, I've got a quick question here.
Yes, Jordan.
I'm just thinking about the source of these materials, the biomass. Maybe a little bit off topic from the statute itself, but has the location and sourcing of the materials been considered as well? I mean, soybeans are not a primary crop for the Northwest. Canola oil, canola seeds. More of a kind of a Northwest regional. I know a lot of that's produced in Canada. Animal fats can probably be found anywhere. So the transportation and regional location of some of these materials, is that at all factored into any of this?
Great question. Thank you. Wally?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Truitt. So I've gone back to the slide where we look at past council decisions on biodiesel, and you can see what the source materials were. So for Ultra, it was domestically produced soy or canola oil, imported palm oil, or other seed oil. So a mix of domestic and imported oils. The Moro was more vague. It just said convert seed oil. So there's what does not appear to have been, a great deal of consideration given to where these materials were coming from. Now, in the legislative history, I think the intent was, probably to help promote agriculture, but it's not necessarily the way the statute was then crafted to require domestic or Oregon produced biomass.
Okay. And then just the use of agricultural farmland solely for the production of energy crops, with an eye on our agricultural production. I suppose I just have a little bit of a question, maybe a concern or not a concern, that these are not gobbling up high value farmland that is otherwise used for food crops that would then be reallocated for energy production, reducing our agricultural ability for human consumption. So I don't know if they're coming from farms that are already producing these crops solely for energy, or if it will have an impact on local agricultural production for non-energy producing crops.
Thank you, Councilmember Truitt. We don't discuss that in the proposed order simply because it doesn't appear to be part of the considerations in the statute, but it's an interesting question for sure.
Like I said, I'm probably veering away from the statute itself, so I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's, if I might just say, this is Chair Grow for the record. I think these are the type of things that are important for everyone involved in the process to hear, that we are asking questions from various perspectives, and there are things that can be considered. And I just wanted to pause for a second and ask Secretary Cornett or Patrick Rowe, our counsel, if there's any comments to Cindy's comment about the statute and the environment, if there's anything to address there.
Chair Grohl, can you restate that, please?
When she was just commenting about the environment being so different around natural gas, I mean, we have all sorts of statutes from the past where things were issued at any given time. And so from my perspective, you know, those things happen, we're aware of it, we're discussing it. But if there is just anything that either of you wanted to comment on, just want to not overlook that.
Yeah, I mean, I think my response to that is it's always important for us to look at the rules and the statutes and the legislative history and the case law fresh every time, because, you know, not everybody gets it right every time, and there could be different interpretations, and that's fine. So just because we've done something in the past doesn't mean we have to continue to do that in the future. So I think from that perspective, that's correct. But you also need to look at what the rules, the statutes, the legislative history said at the time, and not simply put a filter on today, you know, based upon changes from what the actual language was created back then. So we can't look at, you know, what is our thought process about things today versus what our thought process was about things before. We have to look at the language. We have to look at the rules, the statute, again, the case law, the legislative history. That's what informs it. So that goes back to 1999 and 2005. It has not been updated then. So that's what we need to look at. So whatever, you know, as Wally said, it's council's evaluation, interpretation, ultimate decision, but you really just need to look at what the rules and statutes say, and then figure out, you know, based upon what that is, how you interpret it. I think not based upon changes into sort of societal ideas about, you know, these types of facilities or types of uses. It's the legislator's responsibility to change the statutes. It's council's responsibility to change the rules. You can do that. But lacking that, you really need to look at what's on paper right now.
Thank you, Secretary Cornett. Hanley, at one point, I think you wanted to comment.
Thank you, Marcy. This is Hanley. I guess in response to Todd's comments, I was planning on going there also. I think Patrick has told us a number of times that when we're reviewing statutes, we need to look at the clear language that's in the statute. We need to look at the case law from the courts, and we need to look at past practice. And at least from my perspective, I don't believe that it's our responsibility to try and add to that legislation. In fact, I'm fairly certain it's not our responsibility to do that. And I think what folks are asking us to do is to look at the reactant that's used for processing and the heat energy that's going into that, and maybe even going as far as looking at the life cycle of the natural gas. That's not in this statute. And the statute, I think, is clear in that what we're looking at is the feed source stock. And so that's why I support the staff's position. Thank you, Marcy.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions?
One more question, Chair Guerrero, real quick.
Oh, sure.
Can the same process for extraction of methanol and ethanol be used out of a renewable natural gas? I'm mostly just kind of curious.
Um, Thank you, Councilmember Truitt. I'm not sure if I entirely understand the question.
I
So-
suppose a natural gas that itself also is produced through a similar process that is um, a renewable type that is produced from the similar processes that would create otherwise a fossil fuel type of natural gas. I may be way off base here, so maybe I'll just reserve my questions here for a later time.
I, this is Wally Adams again for the record. I think I know where you're going, and I probably have confused things a little by talking about both renewable diesel, which is the applicant's process today, and biodiesel, which was from the past exemptions. And so I've gone back to the slide where we show the inputs and outputs, and on the left with the renewable diesel and natural gas as an input to make hydrogen, I think you could use renewable natural gas to make hydrogen. That's theoretically possible. How practical that is, I'm not an expert in that these days, but it's possible that you could do that. Does that answer your question?
Just making sure you earn it this morning, Wally. Yeah, I'm good. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Well, then I'll turn it back over to Wally to continue.
Okay, thank you, Chair Grill. Too far here. Okay, so we'll move on to the second criterion B, which is the local land use approval. And basically, I've highlighted this in two different parts. So the first part has received local land use approval under the applicable acknowledged comprehensive plan and land use regulations of the affected local government. So basically, Next has received two separate permits, one for their facility and one for the rail spur. These were issued by the Columbia County Board of Commissioners on March 23rd, and those final orders were attached to the proposed order. So those orders constitute final local land use decisions, and they could be appealed, but that risk basically belongs to the applicant. It's not considered to be relevant for the council at this point, given that it is, again, considered to be a final land use decision. So the second part, it talks about the facility complying with any statewide planning goals or rules of the Land Conservation and Development Commission that are directly applicable to the facility, which it can be construed, I'll say, too, is a little odd that it calls that out, because if a county is issuing a decision, a local land use decision under their comprehensive plan, and that comprehensive plan has been acknowledged by LCDC, then it basically is saying they must be complying with any statewide planning goals. But I did think it was worth talking about here separately, because the rail spur, a portion of this rail branch line, does fall on land that's designated as PA 80. There's an LCDC rule which basically allows rail spurs in some cases without a goal exception, and that is what the county referenced in their order granting that conditional use permit for the rail spur. They said the criteria and conditions necessary to meet that LCDC rule were met. So I thought it was worth mentioning here. It's the only relevant statewide planning goal that came into play for this.
So, Madam Chair,
Ms. Hanley?
Wally, I think I can shed some light on this comment for you. There are a number of administrative rules that have been adopted by LCDC that haven't been implemented by local governments. And so local governments are obligated to directly apply those rules if they have not amended their comprehensive land use plans and land use regulations. So I think that's why you see this language here. And I see some heads nodding on the other side of the room. So I think that's probably why you see this.
Councilmember Jenkins, thank you for that explanation. I appreciate that. Okay. Unless there are other questions on that one, we'll move on to the next criterion. Before I do that, actually, I did have one other thing I wanted to mention here. It's, we don't believe it comes into play, but I think it's worth noting. So the Port Westward port area has been going through or attempting to go through an expansion process, and they approved an application to rezone 837 acres from primary agriculture to resource industrial plan development. And then earlier this month, LUBA remanded that decision back to the county. And I think that's actually the third time that they've remanded this one back to the county on this issue. The next facility itself falls within the existing RIPD zone. So it's not impacted by this expansion. The rail spur, though, does overlap with the port expansion, but the conditional use permit that was issued by the county is not dependent on that rezoning. So it's independent of that. So our conclusion is the final land use decisions issued by the county are not impacted by the LUBA decision. But I wanted to at least raise this because it's somewhat related and could cause some confusion unless we discussed it. Okay, so we'll move on to criterion C. This one I think is pretty easy. This just states requires no new electric transmission lines or gas or petroleum product pipelines that would require a site certificate. And then we talk about what is EFSC jurisdictional. So the plant electrical load is 40 megawatts a day, and that would be served by a proposed on-site substation and an additional 1,100-foot service line that would not constitute an energy facility by the council's definition. Similarly, for their natural gas supply, we cite the council's definition here, and then we note that their boilers, heaters, and other process equipment would operate using natural gas, and that would be delivered by a new 8-inch natural gas interconnecting pipeline, and it would be approximately 3,800 feet long, would tie into that main Northwest natural gas pipeline that we showed on the map previously. So in this case, it also would not be an EFSC jurisdictional pipeline. So the fourth criteria, D, produces synthetic fuel, at least 90% of which is used in an industrial or refueling facility located within 1 mile of the facility or is transported from the facility by rail or barge. So Next has represented that over 95% of the finished products would be transported via ship or barge at the existing Port Westward dock. They'd use about 5 ships a month or 60 ships a year. They have a third-party logistics provider that they've noted has priority dock access under a long-term lease agreement. And they did provide those documents to us with part of their response to our request for additional information last year. They've said that a small portion of the fuel, less than 5%, may be transported by a rail or truck for local consumption. But again, with what they have stated in their application, they would meet this requirement. So here's the last one. Councilmember Jenkins had talked earlier about natural gas being used for conversion energy. So the last criterion states they must emit less than 118 pounds of carbon dioxide per million BTUs from fossil fuel used for conversion energy. So they report in their application a value of 115.9 pounds CO2 per million BTUs, and they had a calculation that they provided as part of the response. If you look into natural gas a little bit and what are the values that other people use, so Northwest Natural does reporting to the Oregon Department of Environmental Quality on an annual basis, and when you convert those reports to this pound CO2 per million BTU unit, you find that they've fallen in a range of 117 to 117.2 over the last 10 years, very narrow range. The US EPA uses a value of 117, and the council also in other parts of the statute uses a value of 117. So it certainly seems that the statute was intentionally written to allow natural gas to be used and to exclude other forms of fuel that would be more carbon intensive. So we did receive public comments that contend that the facility will exceed the 118 pounds of CO2 per million BTUs based on the life cycle emissions associated with the natural gas used. And basically, as staff sees it, there are two flaws with those arguments. The comments focus on methane leaks at various points in the life cycle of natural gas. But the council standard explicitly refers to carbon dioxide and not methane. And so we don't, whether we should consider life cycle or not, we certainly don't believe we should be considering methane. And then second, the council standard focuses on the point of conversion, which is consistent with other council standards related to CO2. That's the second part. So, staff's conclusion and recommendation is that the facility does meet this criterion. So, wrapping up here, our recommendation, first of all, although it's not required for the exemption, we still firmly believe Columbia County's requirements that are outlined in their final orders where they issued their permits still apply and must be met. The department does recommend that council find that the proposed renewable fuels production facility, as described in the exemption request submitted by Next on March 31st, 2022, is exempt from jurisdiction. So leave it here for your deliberation. Council could choose to approve the proposed order as the final order. You could approve the proposed order with modifications or reject the proposed order and issue a final order denying the request for exemption.
Thank you, Ollie. Council have comments, questions, discussion?
It's Kent.
Yes,
Oh.
Ann? Oh.
I'm in total agreement with the staff's conclusions and recommendation. And so therefore, I move the council adopt the proposed order as the final order and approve the request by Next Renewable Fuels LLC for an exemption from the requirement to obtain a site certificate from EFSC as presented by staff.
Thank you. We have a motion.
This is Hanley, and I'll second the motion.
Thank you. We have a second to that motion. Other questions, comments?
Well, this is Hanley. Under comments, I would say that, it's our responsibility to read the clear language of the statute, not try and add additional interpretations on that. So I think this reflects the clear language of the statute.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Yes, Cindy?
Just a question and a comment with respect to Councillor Jenkins. I would agree with Councillor Jenkins' comments, but the clear language in the statute reads exclusive use. And where did exclusive allow a let's see, allow separate definitions for feedstock and reactant. Yes. And reactants don't come under that exclusive, but feedstocks do. And I realize it's under, the title is feedstock, but why aren't reactants considered a feedstock?
Okay. Wally, do you have any comments to that?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Condon. This is Wally Adams again for the record. If I may, I'll go back to slide where I highlighted that phrase. So again, at least when I read this, and I'll just say when I read it, I don't want to speculate about how the council read it in the past, but exclusively uses biomass. I don't think you can stop there. I think you have to read the whole sentence. And so exclusively uses biomass as the source of material for conversion to a liquid fuel. And again, to me, I believe the way that that's written is referring to that primary material, the vegetable oils, the animal fats, the biomass material that is being converted and is not intended to talk about the other things that are necessary to achieve that conversion. Again, I think it can be read differently. I don't disagree with that. I don't think I mentioned, I'll at least mention here that we did consult with DOJ on this as well. And I'll just say after that consultation, staff was comfortable making this recommendation as well. So, we have thoroughly reviewed it. Can it be read differently? Yes. We just believe this is the more correct interpretation.
Thank you.
Thank you for this comments. If there are no further questions or comments, then I'd ask Mr. Secretary to please call the roll. Hanley is taking care of my tech issues over here. Thank you.
Okay, Hanley Jenkins,
Yes.
Cindy Condon, Marcy Grail,
Yes.
Kent Howe,
Yes.
Jordan Truitt.
Yes.
Motion carries, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Wally, thank you for that thorough presentation. That's a lot of technical information, so I appreciate your interest in getting it communicated to us. That concludes agenda item C. We will move forward with the agenda item D, which is the public comment period. This time is reserved for the public to address the council regarding any item within council jurisdiction that is not otherwise closed for comment, which includes the Boardman to Hemingway transmission line proposed order. I don't know who's going to figure out our comment. Nancy, thanks. If you will go ahead and do your part, because we got this phone hybrid thing going on, that's great.
All right, Chair Grail, it looks like we have Angela Crowley has her hand up. Angela, I'm going to go ahead and unmute your mic.
People in the room. I don't know if you have forms that have been filled out.
Nothing yet, no.
Hi there, this is Angela Crowley-Cook. I'm the Executive Director of OSIA, the Oregon Solar Plus Storage Industries Association. I would turn my camera on, but I'm not quite sure how to do that, so I'll just keep talking with you through the audio. I wanted to comment today on your next agenda item about protected areas, scenic resources, and recreational standards. I'm hoping there's time to comment during that agenda item as well after we hear from staff, but just in case not, I wanted to share with you OSIA's thoughts before you begin. So OCA has participated in several of the work groups giving rise to this request to begin formal rulemaking. And while we appreciate that several parts of the rules need to be updated, our strong preference is that the formal rulemaking be postponed until the review of EFSC is completed. The ODO implementation for the Governor Brown's Climate Executive Order 2004 says that EFSC should simplify procedures for review where necessary and to evaluate standards and application requirements to determine if requirements should be adjusted for different types of energy facilities, including renewable energy. The report goes on to say rulemakings are intended to create efficiencies and reduce the time and costs associated with state jurisdictional reviews while having no negative effect on public participation. And so we're concerned that the scope of this proposed rulemaking goes beyond just updating the rules. It does not simplify procedures. It does, however, increase costs and time, and does not recognize the unique nature of renewables projects. So it's our strong belief that the rulemaking will be better informed when the results of the review of EFSC are completed. And so we ask that this formal rulemaking be postponed until that time. However, OCA will continue to participate if the formal rulemaking does move forward. We believe the rules can be more streamlined for solar facilities. And to bring us back to some context, we know we're in a climate crisis, and Oregon feels the impacts of that crisis acutely with increased wildfires, droughts, heat waves, ocean acidification, changing in habitat, and all the other impacts we know about. Decarbonizing Oregon's energy system will require a significant build out of renewable energy facilities, with models suggesting that the most cost-effective timeframe is before 2030. The already lengthy timeline for renewable energy facility approval and permitting makes 2030 a possible date, but somewhat ambitious given all the uncertainties in the existing process. Those uncertainties are unfortunately potentially exacerbated with some of the proposed solutions in the draft rulemaking. Again, we agree we need to keep regulations up to date and rules, but we are concerned that the changes inject more uncertainty into the siting process. As EFSC applications rely on evidence-based process, creating uncertainty or open-ended requirements through changes places a greater burden on the applicant to prove the negative in its submissions in some case. The additional burden not only adds cost and time, but again is in contradiction to the objectives set out by Governor Brown's Climate Executive Order. Of particular importance to OCA and its members is the staff recommendation to eliminate the analysis area when applying these standards. Deleting the analysis area would leave the application of the standards very open-ended and would be inconsistent with how the council applies other standards like land use, would lead to significant uncertainty about what data intensive and create, a very data intensive burden for applicants. The draft rules also make rules harder to understand for applicants and the general public. For example, some of the draft rules will make the new ARESA mapping tool that ODO is working on harder to use. For instance, how would a mapping tool deal with a potential addition to a national wild and scenic river system? It would be frustrating to have a new tool that we know ODO has worked hard on and then have it immediately undermined with the ambiguity created in these rules. With respect to the discussion at the last EFSC meeting regarding the consideration of historic properties of religious and cultural significance to tribes, OCA recommends that the council adopt staff's recommendation for future rulemaking on that topic and have the options discussed in the staff report explored during that rulemaking and not decided today. OCA believes that rulemaking on that topic in particular would lead to a more robust discussion with stakeholders and allow staff greater time to analyze the potential avenues for addressing impacts to these areas. OCA wants to support the tribe's desire to protect these cultural areas, and we believe that a separate rulemaking would be the best avenue to ensure that all concerns are heard and considered. And we look forward to participating in that separate rulemaking project. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comments.
All right, Madam Chair, we have a gentleman in the audience here, Gene Cotton. Cotton, there you go. He's going to step up there by Wally and has a statement.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Cotton.
Morning. My name is Gene Cotton, and I'm the president of Next. And I want to thank the council for accepting the Next Renewable Fuels project that we're putting in Port Westward, or plan to put in Port Westward. We feel it brings a significant benefit to Oregon and also to reducing CO2 emissions. You know, we do plan to bring over 200 new jobs, full-time jobs, to Oregon. We feel like they're going to be very valuable especially to the Class Kenai community. In addition, you know, we will, by making renewable diesel and marketing that product, we will substantially have an impact on the CO2 emissions, over 7 million tons a year of reduction, including total life cycle emissions. So that includes our process and everything. So it's a significant benefit to the environment. The other things we'd like to kind of, I think, talk a little bit about is, you know, there was a discussion about the use of natural gas for production of hydrogen. One of the things we are doing to kind of minimize that impact is we are going to recycle biogenic material, both the naphtha and the LPG and the gases that are produced from the process will be recycled back to the hydrogen producing facility and produce CO2, produce hydrogen. But that's all being produced from a biogenic material that's been, you know, from vegetable oils or from animal fats. So that, you know, in general, that reduces our CO2 production from just a natural gas source by almost 2/3 to 3/4 of that volume. So we wanted to kind of say, I think the question came up about, is there ways to produce hydrogen that are more efficient? And this is definitely one of the ways we see that we can do that. And again, I just want to thank everybody for their participation. I think this is a great project. I've been working on it for a long time, and I'd like to see it go through. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Nancy, is there anyone else wanting to speak?
I do have Daniel Sarens on the line, but I did want to make sure that everybody knows how to raise their hand in case there were people that didn't know that. So if you're a webinar participant, at the bottom of the main window is a set of icons. Click on the participant, and in the bottom right hand of the participant window is a hand icon. If you click on that, it will raise your hand, and when you're done, you can click on it again to lower your hand. If you are on the phone, press *3 on your telephone keypad to raise your hand, and press *3 again on your keypad to lower your hand. Now I think. All right, well, it looks like Mr. Sarens has lowered his hand. So at this point, I do not see any further comments. Oh, wait, he put his hand back up.
Hey, Dan.
All right, Mr. Sarens, I've got you unmuted.
Thank you. I lowered my hand when you mentioned my name, so thank you so much. Chair Grill, members of the council, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Dan Sears, and I'm the Conservation Director for Columbia Riverkeeper. I just have a short process comment on the next issue. EFSC's approval of next application would come into question if the Land Use Board of Appeals or any other court were to invalidate Columbia County's land use approval for next proposed rail yard. The order correctly states that local land use approval for next refinery and rail yard were granted by Columbia County. However, Columbia Riverkeeper, 1000 Friends of Oregon, and others are currently appealing the land use approval of the rail yard before LUBA. If that appeal is successful, Next will no longer have the local land use approval that EFSC acknowledges is required for the exemption. I would just add that we have reason to believe that LUBA has the potential to overturn Columbia County's land use approval for Next rail yard. LUBA has repeatedly found, as staff alluded, that the county's attempts to allow industrial uses in this general area at Port Westward violate Oregon's land use planning laws. And the Oregon Department of Land Conservation and Development specifically warned Columbia County that Next proposed justification for land use approval for the rail yard might conflict with Oregon land use law. Accordingly, we urge EFSC to revisit this exemption if LUBA does rule against the rail yard. With respect to the protected areas, scenic resources, and recreation standards rulemaking, if you were to proceed, we would support option 1 because option 1 seems to be more protective of historic properties of religious and cultural significance to Indian tribes that are listed on the National Register of Historic Places. EFSC can protect resources now. By expanding the standard as suggested in option 1, staff suggests that further rulemaking could occur to address issues that arise and to deepen the consultation. Staff find that the expanded protected areas would, quote, likely result in the identification of more potentially affected properties, end quote. To us, this seems like a good thing, potentially averting harm to sensitive resources. We appreciate Councilmember Choctaw bringing this issue to the attention of EFSC at the last meeting and the public, including Columbia River Keepers members and the people throughout the Columbia Basin who are impacted by this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Dan.
All right, I have Chris Clark, our senior siting analyst, has his hand up. Chris, you can go ahead and unmute your own mic.
Thank you, Nancy. Chair Girl, members of the council, I just have a quick procedural question to put forward to the council in response to something that Ms. Crowley-Cook brought up. I have received a few just indications that people would like the opportunity to provide additional public comments on the protected areas rulemaking during that agenda item. There is no public comment period specific to that agenda item noticed. So before we conclude this comment period, I just wanted to put the question to the council on whether you would like to entertain additional comments after my staff presentation in agenda item E, but before you make your decision.
Thank you, Christopher. I'm going to speak and hope that I'm not jet lagged and get myself out of sorts. And so I'm going to look at Secretary Cornett to keep me straight. I believe in Vice Chair speak too, but I believe that we need to allow public comments in this public comment period and not later, because then we're consistent with what we have communicated to the public. But if I am wrong, I'm looking across the way to be told otherwise.
Madam Chair, so while I believe that the council could absolutely add a comment period during the next agenda item, the protected areas rulemaking, because it wasn't noticed as such, I think it would put people at a disadvantage who may have taken advantage of that otherwise. But given the fact that this is still, a fairly open legislative process, as was already indicated in the last two commenters, people can certainly comment on that rulemaking or other rulemakings that are currently open during the regular public comment period. So that at least is what I think staff feels is more appropriate.
Thank you. I concur. Hanley, would you like to address that?
Yeah, I would support both of you in that. I think, our public comment period is open right now. People want to comment on this administrative rule language or actually discussion, then now's the time to do it. Because I don't think we want to get into a debate after Christopher's made his presentation.
Thank you. Head nods. I see it. Jordan, are you okay with that? Everyone in the room is on board here.
Yeah, excuse me, I'm in agreement.
Thank you. Okay, how's that, Christopher?
Thank you, Chair Girl. That satisfies my question.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, just for the record, Todd Cornett, I would say we probably want to put out another call and, give a minute or two just in case somebody's now making a choice that they want to comment during the current public comment period. So I would say that we need to let people know if you are interested. I guess I'm doing that right now. If you are interested, please use the raise your hand feature if you are interested in commenting at this point in time.
Thank you. Nancy looks like she's scanning to see if anyone's interested.
Do not see any additional comments at this time.
Okay, well, let's give it another minute out of good courtesy. Thank you.
Chair Girl, oh, never mind.
change your mind?
Yes, thank you.
For those on the WebEx, everyone has vacated the room, so it's just council and staff at this point. So I'm going to ask for a last call for anyone who may wish to make any public comments. This is your opportunity, please.
I see no hands raised.
Okay, well, if that is the case, then we are going to consider this public comment period closed. The time is now 9:51. I think I'm in the right time zone, 9:51 a.m. And the comment period is closed. Thank you. Next on the agenda, we need to take a break. And so I'm going to ask council that, well, one, we need to talk about how long of a break, but this is going to be a chance for folks to check out of their rooms as necessary. So how much time would individuals, like we have 30 minutes listed, but we're ahead of schedule. So now this is so great. I'm looking across the table. Any thoughts? How much time we need?
15 works for me.
Okay, so it is 9:51. How about let's come, so now we get odd times. How about we come back at, let's say 10:10, just to be a normal time. We will take a recess until 10:10. Thank you. We will resume in a moment. We are waiting for a few others to return to the room. Thank you. Okay. We have returned and the time is now 10:11, and I would like to call the meeting back from recess and continue on with the next agenda item. The next item on the agenda is wildfire prevention. Oh, excuse me, that was not happening. I got a big old note that says not happening. My apologies. The next item on the agenda will be agenda item H. As mentioned by Secretary Cornett, we are not having agenda item G, which is the wildfire prevention. Did I get these?
Finish.
Oh.
E. Still have to.
Oh man, I went, you know what? I saw break. I'm sorry. I got off script really bad. I am looking at the exact wrong thing. All right, let's start all this.
Oh, yeah. And so, Chair Grell, my apologies. I think I said agenda item G when I meant H.
Got it. All right. We're going to get this so correct. We're just going to keep blaming Florida right now. Okay. I'm apologize to everyone on the WebEx and here in the room. Let's start again. The time is now 10:12, and we are going to call this meeting back from recess and continue on with the next agenda item, which is agenda item E, protected areas, scenic resources, and recreation standards rulemaking. This is an action item. Christopher M. Clark, Odo Senior Siting Analyst and EFSC Rules Coordinator, will present to us at this time. Christopher, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Grell, members of the council. For the record, my name is Christopher Clark. I am a senior siting analyst with the department and the council's rules coordinator. Chair Grell, I do appreciate you attempting to let me start my holiday weekend early, but I am happy to talk with you all today about the protected areas, scenic resources, and recreation standard rulemaking. During this agenda item, the council will be asked to consider whether or not to move forward with proposed rulemaking. With proposed rules and issue a notice of proposed rulemaking. Before we get to your decision, I will provide a brief overview of the background and procedural history of this project. And then the bulk of my presentation today will focus on discussing the issue that Council Member Choctu raised at the last meeting regarding historic properties of religious and cultural significance to Indian tribes. I will not go into detail regarding my other recommendations for those rulemakings. Those all remain as presented in April, although I have prepared a draft notice of proposed rulemaking for you to consider. I will provide a brief overview of what those recommendations are, and I'm happy to go into detail about any issues that the council may have. And finally, after that, after any of your questions have been discussed and answered, you will consider whether or not to move forward with the proposed rules. Before I start, I did want to respond to just one thing that came up during the public comment period. And that is specifically that we've received several comments now that the language surrounding wild and scenic rivers, and particularly potential additions to the wild and scenic river system, that is included in the rules. I just want to point out that the language that's been cited as potentially unclear is actually in the current rules, and we propose to remove in our draft notice of proposed rulemaking, as well as in the draft rules that were published last month. So in that one instance, this is actually an area where I guess we would be making the rules more clear. I do want to point out that there is a process for the governor of the state to list a potential wild and scenic river that's established in federal law. So we would retain the ability of those rivers to be included under the standard, but we're relying directly on the United States Code rather than our language about potential additions. So just one point of clarification there, the language that has been flagged as potentially unclear for in several comments, we are recommending be removed actually in our draft rules. So to move on to the presentation I have for you today. This rulemaking is being conducted to address issues related to the protected areas, scenic resources, and recreation standards, and also the related information requirements associated with those standards. We have identified a number of issues over the past couple years related to the standards, and as we evaluated alternatives, we attempted to identify rule changes that will ensure the standards clearly identify the resources and values that the standards are intended to protect, ensure that the standards are consistent with Oregon's land use and environmental protection policies as described in the state siting policy under ORS 469310, and to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of the council's review process where possible by resolving ambiguity, lack of clarity, and inconsistencies in the rules. The council initially added this rulemaking project back to its schedule back in 2018, and then we initiated the informal proceedings in late 2020. Based on initial feedback from the council, we went through the process of soliciting multiple rounds of written feedback from stakeholders and conducted a series of 3 rulemaking workshops throughout 2021. We came back to you with draft proposed rules in February of this year, and went back out and received additional written feedback on those rules throughout March, and then came back to you with our final recommendations last month. During that presentation, the council asked us to provide additional information about how cultural resources are protected under existing standards and whether or not the protected area standard could be expanded to also include certain cultural resources. So before we discuss that issue particularly, I just wanted to remind the council that today we are technically still in the development of draft proposed rules. So as you are going through this presentation or thinking about the other issues, I just want to remind you that the council does have liberty to make any changes to the draft it feels like is appropriate at this point in time. If you decide to proceed with proposed rules, we will issue the notice of proposed rulemaking. And after that, the council does have limited ability to introduce new changes into the record unless those new changes are in response to public comments. So I just want to point out that this is not your last opportunity to make changes to these proposed rules. But if you do want to include anything, now is the time to do it. If you want to make additions later on, we would probably need to renotice. If you include something and then later decide that you don't want to move forward with it, the council can do that kind of on its own motion. So any questions about kind of the process or the scope of this presentation before I move on?
None here in the room.
Excellent. Thank you, Chair Crow. So before I get into the cultural resources specifically, I wanted to provide just a little context. You've seen a version of this slide before, but the council's adopted 13 citing standards plus a general standard of review, which explains how the other standards will be applied and balanced with the public benefit of a project. Many of these standards overlap with one another, both in the types of resources that they protect and the impacts that are considered. So far in this rulemaking, we've been primarily discussing the protected areas, scenic resources, and recreation standards. But at the last meeting, significant questions came up about the historic, cultural, and archaeological resources standard. I provided this diagram as just kind of an illustration, so I will note for the record that where items are placed on this aren't really binding and they could move around depending on the specific resources. But I just did want to illustrate that there are some resources that could be protected by all 4 of the standards we're discussing today. A thing like a national historic park or a national monument may be a protected area because it's been designated by Congress as a national park. It could be an important recreation opportunity, and it could have important scenic resources or values associated it. But because of its historic nature or the nature of the designation as a historic property, could also protect it under the historic, cultural, and archaeological resources standard. Some other resources, including archaeological sites, historic properties of local significance, archaeological objects, could just be protected under the historic, cultural, and archaeological resources standard. Likewise, things like local parks, which may be an important recreational opportunity at the local level, would be protected under the recreation standard, but may not be protected under the protected areas or scenic resources standards. So this is really just an illustration to say that the things we're talking about are often interrelated and they often overlap. So I'll try to keep the lines clear today, but I just wanted to kind of raise this understanding of how the standards all work together.
Christopher, this is Marcy. May I say something or just comment? I think I'm thankful for this illustration because I think this is what causes problems with the public, is that we use terms interchangeably, even though they have distinct definitions, and I would be guilty of such myself. So I very much thank you for throwing this in there.
Chair Crow, thank you. So saying that, just to I guess further define what the historic, cultural, and archaeological resources standard is that standard provides that the council must find that the construction and operation of the facility, taking into account mitigation, is not likely to result in significant adverse impacts to historic, cultural, or archaeological resources that have been listed on or would likely be listed on the National Register of Historic Places. For a facility on private land, archaeological objects or sites, and for a facility on public land, archaeological sites, those terms are defined by the state historic preservation law under a different chapter of the Oregon Revised Statutes. This particular standard allows the council to issue site certificate for a special criteria for the facility or for a renewable energy facility without making the findings described in the standard. But it does allow the council to imposed conditions. And excuse me for just 1 second. Thank you. And that really falls back to a statutory provisions which says the historic, cultural, and archaeological resources standard can't be the basis for approving or denying a application for a renewable energy facility, and that includes wind, solar, and geothermal projects. But again, the council has the authority to apply the standard to adopt conditions of compliance.
Girl, this is Kent. Mr. Clark, I'm just looking at the rule there and puzzling in my mind. Does the language there limit or preclude, I guess, archaeological objects on public land?
Council member, Vice Chair Howe, the language does not preclude those objects. It precludes impacts to those objects, I guess. So there can't be a significant adverse impact on public land to archaeological sites. Archaeological sites are defined as a collection of archaeological objects or contexts that kind of lump together to form a site. So if there was just an isolated object on public land, the standard doesn't necessarily cover that. And I honestly could not tell you why the standard was written that way.
Good question. Comment.
So I transition, and some of this may, I think, inform that discussion of what the difference between just an isolated object and a site is that there are federal laws protecting historic properties of religious and cultural significance to Indian tribes, and there's a really a pretty extensive process for identifying impacts to historic properties on federal lands in general, and then also for these particular types of historic properties, for any impacts caused by a federal agency action. So the National Historic Preservation Act specifies that historic properties of religious and cultural significance to Indian tribes may be eligible for inclusion on the National Register of Historic Places. And then it provides kind of additional protections for those resources, whether or not they actually end up being listed on the National Register. So there's a federal executive order issued by the Clinton administration that requires federal agencies to accommodate access to and ceremonial use of Indian sacred sites on federal lands. That both requires them to protect the physical integrity of those sites and to ensure that traditional practitioners can get to those sites if there's a infrastructure project or some other federal action that could affect them. And then there's this other process that federal agencies must use to consult with Indian tribes when they're undertaking a federal project that could affect any historic property of religious or cultural significance. And that's commonly referred to as the Section 106 process. I bring these forward. They aren't directly applicable to state agencies, including the council, although state law does have some similar provisions in it. My apologies. So just for the purpose of illustration, I wanted to give a quick overview of what the Section 106 process is. I feel like that's actually discussed like quite a bit in our citing proceedings whenever there's a federal nexus. So when a facility interconnects with a federal property, including a BPA transmission line, the Section 106 process kind of comes into play from the federal side, or whenever there's a facility that's proposed to be sited partially on federal lands, this will also come up. And it looks fairly similar to the council's process for addressing impacts to historic, cultural, and archaeological resources. At the beginning of the process, when it's initiated, the federal agency is required to determine the scope of the undertaking and identify the State Historic Preservation Office or Tribal Historic Preservation Office and any potentially affected tribes and other parties that could be interested in the undertaking. That's very similar to the process we have kind of at our notice of intent stage when we require an applicant to describe the scope of their project and to consult with the Legislative Commission on Indian Services to identify tribes that could be potentially affected by that project. Next, there's a requirement that the federal agency identify historic properties and make a reasonable and good faith effort to identify those resources. And they start by doing that by setting a scope of potential effect, which is very similar to our study or analysis areas. They must consult with the affected tribes, which is something that's not quite the same in our process, and I'll discuss that difference a little further. And then they would determine the National Register eligibility for any of the resources that they do identify. And as I said, for certain historic properties, particularly historic properties of cultural and religious significance to Indian tribes, those tribes may be included in this process, whether or not they actually are eligible or found to be eligible, I should say, or whether or not they become listed on the National Register. So the next two steps are to assess those adverse effects and then to resolve them. And that's very similar to our impact analysis that we get in our applications. And then the proposed mitigation that an applicant would conclude to ensure that any impacts are less than significant. And I won't spend a lot of time on this slide, but I did want to just kind of point out what the criteria for evaluating eligibility for the National Register are. Because as I mentioned before, our historic, cultural, and archaeological resources standard does require protection of any properties that are found to be eligible or likely to be eligible for listing on the National Register. So first, it has to be a property, and that means it's a building, site, district, structure, or object. Next, it must meet one of the criteria for evaluation by being associated with an important historic context. And those contexts include history, architecture, archaeology, engineering, and culture. And then the second part of that prong of that review is that it retains historic integrity of features necessary to convey its significance. So that's how you determine if a property is significant. The federal law states that properties may have significance if they're associated with events or a series of events significant to the cultural traditions of an Indian tribe. That could be something like the Nez Perce National Historic Park in Eastern Oregon, Idaho, and other states. That's associated with some of the battlefields during the Nez Perce Wars. And then there's this other category of properties that have traditional or religious and cultural significance to an Indian tribe that may also be eligible for the National Register of Historic Places. And I want to point out for that category, typically if a resource is identified by a tribe as significant or important to, I guess, either the State Historic Preservation Office or to the Advisory Council on Historic Places, it's just considered to be significant. And I think Councilmember Choctut alluded to that process during the April meeting. There is a similar provision in Oregon state law, and this law isn't, or this particular definition isn't really reflected in our standard. And so this would be included in our recommendations of things to look at in future rulemaking. But the Oregon Historic Preservation Law does define a site of archaeological significance as any site eligible for inclusion on the national site on or eligible on the National Register as determined by the State Historic Preservation Officer. And then it also includes a second category of sites, which is any archaeological site that's been determined significant in writing by an Indian tribe. Again, we don't use this particular definition. It may be helpful if we were to incorporate it in our rules in the future.
This is Kent.
Yes,
Mr. Clark, I have a quick question on A there. It says that the State Historic Preservation Officer could determine whether an archaeological site's eligible for inclusion. Once that's kind of been determined by the State Historic Preservation Officer, would it then be placed on the National Register of Historic Places, or that's just a determination that it's eligible for it?
Council member, how it is the latter. So I guess the process works that to be listed on the National Register, a proponent of that historic property, so in this case, it would usually be the State Historic Preservation Officer, has to do the eligibility evaluation, and then they would recommend it to listing to the National Park Service. And the National Park Service is the only entity that can actually include something on the National Register. In that, I'm forgetting the actual name of the entity within the Park Service that's responsible for maintaining the National Register. I think it might actually be the National Historic Preservation Office. But yeah, so at the state level, or even a private person, they can make this eligibility recommendation basically. But only the federal government can actually include something on the National Register.
Okay, thank you. So what I'm understanding is that if the Historic Preservation Officer does determine that it would be eligible, then that moves it forward to a recommendation to national parks or whatever, and then it's up to them to take it from there.
Councilmember, how that is correct. And I do want to point out there's a small discrepancy between paragraph A of this statute and the way our rule is written. This statute says a site that's on or eligible for inclusion on the National Register. Our rule says on or likely to be listed on the National Register. And I think that small difference is because only the State Historic Preservation Officer, I think, as far as the state government is concerned, can make that eligibility evaluation. So the siting division staff, I don't think, has the authority to say if it thinks a resource is eligible or not, but we could say it's likely to be if we can't get input from SHPO.
So Marcy, this is Christopher. I think we've made a distinction in the past between sites that are eligible and those that are on the register. And just because they're eligible doesn't mean they get advanced. Is that correct?
Councilmember Jenkins, I do believe that is correct. And there might be a number of reasons why an eligible resource may not be listed on the register. And I think of particular relevance to our conversation today, often historic properties of cultural or religious significance to Indian tribes, the tribes may not want those resources to be listed on the National Register. Often, so under state law, the particular location of archaeological resources, particularly archaeological resources associated with Indian tribes, are exempt from public disclosure. We require a lot of that information to be provided under separate confidential cover to protect the particular locations of those resources. I think in part to prevent vandalism or prevent some impacts, to those places occurring, in part because, a lot of times tribes may have cultural prohibitions on disclosing specific details about those sites to people who are not traditional practitioners. So there's a lot of sensitivity, I think, around some of the detailed information about those kind of sites. There may be other things where a resource that is just, you know, important for historic or other reasons comes up as eligible, but the owner of it just, you know, doesn't want to go through the process of getting it listed, or, you know, doesn't want to be, yeah, I guess, you know, there's just no drive there. So this eligibility evaluation, I think our consideration of whether a resource is protected under our standard is under the historic, cultural, and archaeological resources standard, at least, is independent of whether or not that that resource is actually on the National Register.
Chair Grail. Cindy Condon, just a follow-up question on that. So I'm interested in the difference in language between this eligible for inclusion on and our standard likely to be included on. Is the distinction there that likely to be included on would anticipate being submitted? Did it have to, what's the reason for the difference, I guess? If you know.
Councilmember Condon, I don't know. And I gave my best guess, which is just that we as Odo, as your staff, are not in the business of making formal eligibility evaluations. But I don't know why there's that discrepancy of, it doesn't say likely to be eligible for listing, it just says likely to be listed on. And that is, I unfortunately have not had time to review the I guess legislative history on that rule language, and I'm not aware of if there is anything clarifying it. I could look into that though if that's something you'd be interested in.
I was just curious if we were more limiting that it needed to be submitted or something. So not necessary to look a whole lot deeper, but I am kind of interested in the difference.
Thank you for that question.
Madam Chair, this is Hanley.
Go ahead, Hanley.
Don't we usually get a letter from SHPO verifying whether it's eligible or not? No, we don't. Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. So how do we determine that it's eligible?
I see a microphone heading that way.
Yeah,
Okay.
I can't see the camera in the room, but I hope our possibly Sarah Esterson is in the room and can maybe respond.
That speaker keeps heading your way, Sarah. That mic. No,
Dead one?
there you go.
Our standard use and then typically what we get from SHPO is a concurrence on the fact that the resource would be avoided. They don't necessarily take the time to affirm whether they think it's eligible or not. We haven't received a concurrence letter on eligibility on most projects, unless it goes through the 106 process, which SHPO is much more comfortable with because the federal agencies make that determination and they're comfortable agreeing with that. So yeah, please, Chris, if you have any other understanding, please correct me.
Thank you for stepping in.
Yeah, no, thank you, Sarah. And I don't have anything to add to that. Hearing no further questions, I will carry on here, but I do appreciate all this discussion, and please feel free to interrupt me if anything else does come up. So I think to this point, I've kind of discussed kind of what the similarities and differences are between how historic, cultural, and archaeological resources are protected under federal law, how they're protected under state law. And I guess what I haven't discussed yet is how those resources are protected under the how under the council standard, and how that might be different if these resources or a subset of these resources were added to the protected areas standard. So I think in reviewing this, the biggest difference I see is that typically, well, the study area for historic, cultural, and archaeological resources just consists of the area within the site boundary. And my understanding is that is because historically the focus has been on kind of underground resources, things like lithic scatter, archaeological objects that may be buried at the site, and we don't want to be impacted during ground disturbing activities. And so that makes sense a lot. We require the applicant to go out and do cultural resource surveys to determine if there's likely to be archaeological objects present. If there is a known archaeological site, I think like Ms. Asherson clarified, we would typically expect the applicant to avoid those areas. But we haven't gone too far outside of the site boundary itself. In several recent projects, the analysis area, so when we've required the application to be submitted, we've required an analysis area of the site boundary and 1 mile outside of the site boundary for above ground resources. And that could include things like a historic barn or other historic building, as well as a cultural or religious site. When we look at something like the protected area standard, the scope of review is much larger. So for protected areas, the study area is 20 miles. So we'd ask the applicant to identify any protected areas within that 20-mile radius of the site and then address and evaluate impacts to those protected areas. The types of impacts that are required to be considered under the protected area standard, as well as the scenic and recreation standard, includes some long distance impacts, and those include things like noise, which I think we found can be an impact from 1 to 5 miles or more from a proposed facility. And then visual impacts, which for certain facilities like wind facilities, can have a range of something like 20 to 30 miles. So we have really looked at this more like landscape level impacts for protected areas and scenic resources as well, which has a smaller study area of just 10 miles. I kind of bring this up because I think what Council Member Choctu was alluding to in his comments at the last month and when I spoke with him briefly is that some places that are important to Indian tribes are important because of their scenic setting or their natural setting or just the characteristics of that are sensitive to visual and noise impacts. And so I think there's some argument at least that those types of resources could be impacted over a broader area than just the site boundary or even the 1 mile buffer that we've kind of been establishing in some recent projects. And I do want to point out that if those impacts were identified during the review process, particularly during the NOI review process, those resources could still be protected under the historic, cultural, and archaeological resources standard, or those impacts could be addressed. It's just currently they're not typically identified, and we don't typically require that large of a analysis area, basically. So I hope that makes sense. So that said, if that's the gap, that we think these resources would be included under the historic, cultural, and archaeological resources standard, but we may not always capture the affected area in our review, and that's not to say that the applicant doesn't work with tribes to resolve issues like this outside of our process. The council really does have, I think, two options to try to address the gap of how do we address those kind of long-ranging impacts to sensitive historic, cultural, and archaeological resources, particularly historic properties of cultural and religious significance to an Indian tribe. And those two options would be, we could expand the protected area standard to include include National Register listed properties, partially because the National Register is like a federal designation in that it does it does designate certain properties as being significant in a historic or cultural context. We would not recommend that the council include all National Register properties. The significance of those properties varies from properties that are significant at just a very local level to properties that are significant at a national level. Properties that are significant at a national level are typically do fall under a different under an already established protected areas category, as I said, like national parks. If the council does wish to include historic properties of traditional religious and cultural significance as protected areas, we think that the council could do so. That would expand the analysis area for those types of properties the study area to that 20-mile radius. Again, if we were looking, you would need to decide what exactly you want the scope of that addition to be. You could include only properties that are listed on the National Register, but as we've discussed, not all properties that are eligible for listing on the register ultimately end up being on the register. And this category of historic properties, I think, are particularly unlikely to be listed. I actually did a search of the National Register site, and I think I found 4 sites that were listed for cultural significance in Oregon, or something like that. It was a very small number, and I don't believe any of those were really listed or clearly identified as this hip or sit category. So if you wanted to be a little more broader, you could use the language very similar to what's already in the historic, cultural, and archaeological resources standard, as any historic properties that were listed or determined to be eligible for listing on the National Register. Or you could also include the language that it's determined to be significant in writing by an Indian tribe. Again, I think the further you go with the scope of that, the closer it just becomes to the existing historic, cultural, and archaeological resources standard. And also, the more the process may be difficult for applicants, in part because protected areas are usually identified through a sort of desktop review that looks at publicly available maps and other GIS data about protected areas, and most of those protected areas are very easy to identify. So all that said, we've presented you with your two options, which is to expand the protected area standard or to continue to rely upon the historic, cultural, and archaeological resources standard. And we think that either option is viable. There's pros and cons of each one, but the council really, that's a policy decision for you all to make. Regardless of what you decide to do on that issue, we do have recommendations for future rulemaking. And that just includes reviewing the council rules for consistency with the state historic preservation policies, aligning our tribal coordination process, which usually involves staff coordination with tribal government agencies to better align with the Section 106 process. And that could potentially include providing opportunities for government to government coordination or consultation in the siting process. And then we would also recommend that the scope of that rulemaking include considering whether or not to amend the historic, cultural, and archaeological resources standard to protect sites of archaeological significance, as that term is defined in ORS Chapter 358. And that was the definition I put up earlier. So with that, you don't need to make your final decision now. You can make a decision on a rule package, but we did kind of want to give you the chance to discuss how you want to proceed with this issue. If you do think that you may want to include a new section under the protected area standard or the definition of protected areas to protect historic properties, I can pull up the rule language. We have a draft started, but I think the council will need to provide additional input on exactly what that language looks like. If you're not sure, as I mentioned before, we do just want to make it clear that if you include something in the notice of proposed rulemaking today, that doesn't mean you have to move forward with it in your proposed rules. But it doesn't really work the other way around. So if you don't include language today, and you decide you want to do that later, we would probably need to renotice. And so, we would recommend that either take part as part of a different rulemaking project, or we would come back to this one. So with all that said, I'll let you kind of discuss, and then we can move on with the rest of the rulemaking package.
Thank you, Christopher. So council, any questions, comments?
Ms. Hanley.
Ed Hanley?
Madam Chair. I think my reference for this discussion is how the rule has worked in the past for previous applications. I'm not aware that cultural archaeological sites have had issues. We have had on-site monitors in a lot of the applications that have been requested by the tribes and have been agreed to by the applicants. And so I guess my question would be, is the historical, cultural, and archaeological resources standard not working? I kind of had assumed that it had been working. Do you have any perspective on that, Christopher?
All right, Councilmember Jenkins. I think what I can say is that it has been working. I know I think there are concerns that we have not tracked the way that the federal government has shifted to kind of working with tribal governments to identify these kind of cultural resources that may be sensitive kind of on a broader landscape level. And there's just been a lot of evolution on how these issues have been treated in the last, I'd say, 20 years. And so I think there's opportunities for improvement, or at least for improving consistency with the federal review process. But I don't know that that necessarily means that the current standard isn't working.
Ms. Hanley again. I'm not opposed to trying to coordinate better with the Section 106 process, but I am a little concerned about identifying archaeological sites as protected sites and going out 20. Monitors. We're using on-site monitors to evaluate activity that is ongoing on site. And I think it's important to be able to react to those, but I'm not sure that it's necessary to go 20 miles out under the protected area standard.
Thank you, Hanley. Other comments? Go ahead, Cindy.
Thank you. Hey, Christopher, this is a very basic question. So for archaeological sites, and I'm trying to find the slide that has the definition. So site of archaeological significance, I just want to make sure I understand that definition. Does archaeological include religiously significant site? What's the definition of archaeological?
Thank you, Councilmember Conan. I will actually just go ahead and bring up the language, so I don't have to paraphrase. Can you all see this new slide? I believe I shared my screen, but so yeah, this would be archaeological object, site of archaeological significance, and then I thought, oh, an archaeological site. Okay. So I think if you get kind of through the layers of these definitions, an archaeological object is an object that is part of the physical record of an indigenous or other culture found in the state, or is remains of past human life or activity that are of archaeological significance. And then a site would have archaeological objects and the contextual associations of those objects with each other, or with other biotic or geological remains. So I do believe you can get there. But I think that the important thing to note is that the definition of site of archaeological significance really bypasses all that and just says that a site is significant. I guess it still needs to be an archaeological site. But it bypasses needing to determine whether or not those contextual associations are significant or not.
Just to follow up. So in this highlighted language, and sorry, I can't see which subsection it is, but it says any. Sorry, it's
Sorry,
because of something on.
I thought I could blow it up for you, and I lost it.
Oh no, it's just something on my screen that is hiding the numbers. So. Capital, yes. So would capital B, in your opinion, kind of cover anything as long as the religious or other archaeological would include religious or otherwise if it is deemed that by the tribe? Yeah. So I would.
Yeah, Councilmember Condon, yeah, I am getting a little out of my depth with knowing these statutes, but I do believe that is correct.
You're more in your depth than certainly I am. So thank you.
Other comments?
Is this working?
Yeah.
No? I'll pull it closer there. Okay. Does Mr. Clark, does option 2 automatically put us at the 20-mile distance? The reason I'm asking is if we want to be a little more inclusive right now, and we can always delete this later down the road if we decide it's not the way to go, as opposed to not including it now and maybe thinking down the road that we wish we had of. Would that option 2 put us in that category of the 20-mile radius?
Councilmember Howe, option 1, as we've laid this out here, would do that. If we added a section to the protected area standard An applicant preparing its notice of intent would be required to review available information to identify historic properties of cultural and religious significance within a 20-mile radius. And what exactly the scope of resources that were included would depend kind of on how exactly the section is drafted. So if it's just if it were just things that were included on the National Register, they'd just be required to look at the National Register and say and look at anything that's on the National Register in that 20-mile buffer. If it's eligible or likely to be eligible for listing on the National Register, there need to be some sort of cultural resource survey conducted for that 20-mile buffer.
I think I am kind of moving towards option 2.
I ask,
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
and ask.
Absolutely.
So, Christopher, you suggested, staff has recommended that we amend the procedures for the council's coordination with tribes to better align the review of impacts to the properties for traditional, cultural, and religious importance with section 106. Can we do that as a part of this option 2?
Councilmember Jenkins, I don't think that we'd be ready to include any of those changes in proposed rules today. I think I think option 2, as it's written, where we would continue to just rely on the historic, cultural, and archaeological resources standard as written, would certainly allow us to do that rulemaking in the future. The council, I mean, also has, I think, significant discretion to direct the staff to implement its standards in certain ways, as long as that implementation is really consistent with the rules. But I think at the end of the day, if we want to make the procedures better or closer to the section 106 process, I do think we should get additional input from tribal governments and from other stakeholders that are kind of have subject matter expertise over this issue. So, we'd want to go through the public process of engaging with those stakeholders and really making sure we're not just kind of doing it ad hoc.
Okay.
So
I appreciate that.
this is Marcy for the record. So that was, you led into one of my questions. We've heard some comments earlier, and I think they led into multiple comments. So I wasn't sure when Sia spoke, and obviously Councilmember Choctute has brought up some things. I don't know properly, but it seems like this is a big impactful issue, and we can't make, I don't want to say I can't make a mistake, but I would like to make sure we've got everything together. So I don't know what that means really, but that's just my concern. I feel like there's something missing. I don't really know what it is yet.
Well, this is Kent. Mr. Clark, were you able to run these options past Councilor Choptuk and get any feedback from him? And is that even a fair thing for me to be asking outside, since he's not able to be here today?
Councilmember Howe, I mean, I don't think this counts as ex parte contact, since this is a rulemaking and it's really legislative. So yeah, I did have a phone call with Councilmember Choctute. Basically, I wanted to ask him if he was comfortable with the council moving forward with this agenda item today, and he said that he was comfortable with the council having the discussion and making your decision. I don't want to speak from him, and I can't say that he gave a specific indication of whether he wanted to go forward with option 1 or option 2. I can say I think his primary concerns is that there is an opportunity in the EFSC process for both tribal governments and other members of the public who have, non-tribal historic, cultural, and archaeological resources that are important to them, that those people have an opportunity to participate in the siting process, that they have an opportunity um, to kind of identify the resources that are important to them in a way that's, consistent with, their own values, and that there's a process for ensuring that adverse impacts to those resources are addressed. I can't say that he, gave specific advice though on how he wants to proceed today.
Thank you. Go ahead, Hanley.
So this, and I agree with Kent. I support option 2 with the understanding that we will pursue at some later date the concurrence with federal listings.
Thank you, Hanley.
And Councilmember Jenkins, I did want to point out that there's a little bit of uncertainty in the rulemaking program right now, but I did want to let you know that we have been coordinating with our tribal liaison here at the department already on developing a outreach and engagement process for that future rulemaking, and so we are doing what we can to make sure that it stays on track, and that we can hopefully open that up or bring it to you to see if you want to move forward later this year. So.
Great. Thank you.
Sure.
Cindy Condon. If we were to choose option 1, in that process, we add a new section. I realize the standard is 20 miles, but is there any opportunity in that rulemaking if the stakeholders, the people that comment, think it appropriate to lower that area?
Councilmember Condon, I will say, so the study area for protected areas, which is set at 20 miles, it does apply to all the different categories of protected areas, including things like national parks and state parks and other categories. So if we wanted to treat these specific resources differently from that, we could do so, but with some clarification. I think when it comes to the analysis, setting the analysis area, the siting analyst assigned to review a project does have considerably more flexibility in specifying kind of with the scope of the more detailed impact analysis that's expected to be included in the application.
Thank you.
Other questions, comments? Don't want to call you out, Jordan, but I want to make sure you don't go left out. He's good. I saw a thumbs up. Yes, Cindy.
Cindy again, and just a comment. I agree with your comment. There's something missing for me here, and I don't know what it is, but there is something missing, and maybe it's Councillor Chalktooth.
That's a definite. This is Marcy. I definitely appreciate that. Since he's been a member of the council, he's definitely opened my eyes to some things that I'd say I've read about, but having him articulate it at meetings has been helpful. So I'm honestly sort of at a loss at this moment on the best direction. So if anyone has anything, I'm all ears.
Sure, girl. This is Kent. I'm going to attempt something here, but I want to ask a question before I move. And it would be if the motion as written in, it refers to initiate formal proceedings to adopt the proposed amendments to the protected area scenic resources recreation standards and associated rules provided in attachment 2 to the staff report. If I want to specify option 2.
Councilmember Howe, I will say that right now, our staff recommendation on the entire rule package, is included in the draft NOPR that we've attached. And so the way we wrote that motion language is that this particular option one is not, there's no specific language included in that draft NOPR now. So if you wanted to just move forward with the NOPR as written, you would just make the motion to move forward with the NOPR as written. If you wanted to include specific language, we'd need you to include that specific language probably in the motion at the time when you make your final decision on the rules.
Okay, I'm not sure I understood there. And let's see.
So yeah, if you want to change the NOPR to add a new section, I think you just need to include that in the final motion on this.
Okay, so I'd refer to as provided in attachment 2 to the staff report, and specifically including option 2. Or I don't need that.
Right.
Okay,
Yeah. Option 2 is to not
just
add
referring to attachment 2 takes care of it. Okay, I'll read the motion then.
Yeah.
Okay.
And,
Thank you.
Councilmember Howe, I do want to say if the council doesn't want to make a formal decision on this particular issue and you want to mull it over for a few more minutes, I can wrap up my presentation on just the remaining parts of the rule package. And then you can decide whether or not you want to include that in your final motion, or you can go ahead and resolve this now. That's up to you.
We've got some, we're mixed here, so
Let's go ahead and hear the rest of your presentation, Mr. Clark.
we're gonna go for you to continue on, Chris. No
Great.
pressure.
Excellent. Okay, so like I said, I know I gave you a very long presentation, I think in April, so I'm going to try to make this quick, but I did just want to remind everybody what else is in the NOPR. So first, we are requesting that the council amend the Division 20 and 21 rules to require an applicant to identify the manager of any protected area identified in the application or the NOI, and to identify, I think, basic contact information for that manager so that we can send a public notice to them during the siting review process. We haven't recommended that the council include specific rules requiring public notice be given at this time, but we would expect to include that in a future rulemaking, and we've included language in the NOPR that indicates that we would be implementing that that policy along with this rulemaking package. So there's we'd be starting to do the public notice changes, but we wouldn't actually have rules formalizing it until later on. The next change is, and this was referenced in public comments today, we are recommending that the council remove the reference to the analysis area in the recreation and scenic resources standards. We are not changing the analysis area that the applicant is required to provide information for in the application. We're just saying if somebody other than the applicant were to provide evidence, either in comments on the draft proposed order or at some other part of the process, that the council could consider that evidence if it related to a resource that's outside of the analysis area. And the reason we think that's important is because sometimes we'll have a 10-mile analysis area and somebody will say there's an important scenic resources 11 miles away. And those issues come up and often get dismissed just because the standard is written as to only include impacts to resources inside of the analysis area. There is a way to just change the analysis area. The council can amend the project order at any time. So we don't think this is a real substantive change because there's already a procedural method to remedy the issue. It just eliminates that procedural step if the council did want to consider the impacts to a resource outside of the analysis area. Okay, we had some issues about amending the study areas. We are not recommending changes on those at this time. We're not recommending reducing the study areas in size or clipping the study areas to the borders of Oregon. Those were both things that were recommended by stakeholders. We are requesting that the council remove the 2007 effective date for protected areas designations from the standard and replace it with a requirement that the council find that there's no significant impact to protected areas designated on or before the date that the application is determined to be complete. In our rules, the data filing of an application is the date it's determined to be complete. So we thought that was an appropriate standard. Next, we've proposed to update and simplify the list of protected area categories and then move that list to the definition section so that it's rather protected areas are defined as the subset in the definitions rule. And excuse me 1 second. Pardon my cold. You received some comments about that specific language there, and the NOPR has kind of just a straight red line of how those resources or how that language looks in the new rule. We are recommending some clarifying language to the exception for a transmission line that is proposed to be cited within a protected area standard. We're basically reversing it from saying now that the exception can be granted if other alternatives have been considered and there's no alternative, and other alternatives have been considered that have greater impacts. And we are saying now that reasonable alternatives have been considered and there would be no other alternative with less impacts, or there wouldn't be other reasonable alternatives with less impacts to resources protected by the council standard. The scenic resources standard currently requires identification and evaluation of impacts to resources identified as significant or important in local, tribal, and federal land management plans. We would be requesting that the council add statement land management plans to the categories of scenic resources that are considered. And we're also revising some of the language to just clarify that if a plan's adopted by more than one governmental entity, like a regional plan, that would also be included. And I think this is my last one. We would be including specific language in the rules that if the council adopts these new standards, those new standards will only apply to pending applications that have not been determined yet to be complete on their effective date. So so whenever the council adopts these and they become effective, any application that has a notice of intent or a preliminary application out there, the standards would apply, as well as any future application that the council received. But we would not be applying this new standard to complete applications, to the review of a complete application, or an application that's complete at the time that the standard comes into effect. And then just as a reminder, we did have significant public input about requiring more specificity in the way that the council evaluates visual impacts, or the way that visual impact assessments are prepared in applications. We tended to agree with the comments provided, but that is a bigger issue than could really be addressed through this rulemaking. So we are recommending that the council add a new project to the rulemaking schedule specifically to address visual impacts in a future rulemaking. If the council has any questions about any of these issues, I'm happy to pull up the draft rule language or discuss further. But if not, we can pretty much move forward to your final decision. Well, actually, I guess I do have a slide just describing our fiscal and economic impact statement that's in the draft NOPR. But basically, we're not expecting direct fiscal impacts or costs of compliance to state agencies, local governments, or members of the public. Although we do recognize that for applicants, there could be some indirect impacts requiring from additional analysis needed to identify impacts to protected areas, scenic resources, and recreation opportunities for future applications. And then these rules would not affect any small businesses. And then, so we are, again, recommending that the council do move forward with proposed rules. But in your motion, we would appreciate if the council decides to go forward with proposed rules, if you specify whether or not you would like to include additional section addressing the historic properties issue. We've recommended in the NOPR that the council schedule a public comment period through July 21st, and that we schedule a rulemaking hearing for July 23rd. That would be a combined hearing with the carbon standard rulemaking and the wildfire rulemaking if you move forward with that rulemaking project. And then, as we mentioned, we recommend that there be additional changes to the historic, cultural, and archaeological resources standard made in future rulemaking, regardless of how you dispose of that issue today.
So
just as and I'll just say that if
Christopher,
Christopher, excuse me.
Your slide said June 23rd. Do you mean July 23rd?
Councilmember Jenkins, no, we would recommend that the rulemaking hearing be scheduled for the June meeting and that the council make its decision at the following meeting. So we would issue the notice now. It would go out on June 1st. We would have a hearing on June 23rd. And then we would come back to you with for your final decision at the July meeting. If the council would like to have this hearing at the July meeting instead, that's also okay. We can make that change. And this slide just kind of lays out that timeline. So
we're just, Christopher, this is Marcy. We're just looking at, there's a lot going on. So for June.
Yeah, Madam Chair, for the record, Todd Cornett. Yes, so the potential is that if you decide to move forward, and Chris, please correct me if I'm wrong, with all of the rulemakings that are sort of on the table, there would be a public hearing for this rulemaking. There could be a public hearing for the wildfire rulemaking and for the carbon rulemaking, all at the June council meeting. Likely that would be the evening of Thursday. So if there's a lot of participation, certainly that could go long, or it makes it a little more difficult. If there's less participation, that can be done. So it's a bit of a guesstimate, I suppose. So Chris, just checking with you, making sure I got that right.
Secretary Cornett, yeah, that's correct. We would be intending to do this as kind of a joint rulemaking hearing for all three active rulemaking projects at the June Thursday meeting. We would imagine, yeah, like Secretary Cornett said, based on the level of participation, that could be somewhat of a long hearing, but still probably, 2 to 3 hours max for all three rulemakings.
So your options could be to move forward with all three of them. You obviously have the next agenda item, well, two agenda items down the list is the wildfire. So you could ultimately go out with all three of them, or you could choose two of them and then say this one, put it off until the July meeting as well.
So this is Hanley. We still have a continuation of Nolan Hills also.
Which would be the Friday.
Okay.
but
Yeah, I will say there is
a lot on the
already
agenda.
There's already a rulemaking hearing on your agenda for June for the Thursday night, based on the council's decision on the carbon standard rulemaking. So, while that could be a little shorter if we delay this hearing and potentially the wildfire hearing to July, we would still be required. We would still be having a Thursday night hearing in June. So, we were hoping to just do some economies of scale, and have the combined kind of hearing for June, but that is up to the council's pleasure.
Christopher, I've got a question for Secretary Cornett. Do we have any, I don't know if this is appropriate to zip me up, but do we know where we're going to have the July meeting?
Right now, we are thinking Salem, but that has not been determined yet.
This is Marcy. I just specifically asked, I mean, obviously the entire state has been affected by the wildfires, but some areas stronger than others. So just curious. Okay, thanks,
Councilmember
Chris.
Grail, I will say that the carbon standard rulemaking is noticed for the minor conference room in Salem, but we would have the opportunity to take in-person and remote testimony. We basically have the opportunity to give in-person testimony there and then wherever else the council decides to meet. So the council meetings in Salem, we'll just have all of it there. But if the council meeting is somewhere else, or if the council would like to have the hearing for the wildfire meeting be in person somewhere else, that we can accommodate that.
Thank you. Well, council, here we are.
Try again, Kent.
Real. Let's see, Mr. Clark, could you move the slides back a couple? There's one that I think I'm gonna. Oh, yeah, right there. Nope, back one. That one there. So what I want to do is say it correctly. There's the motion that refers to as provided in attachment 2. With changes to address the without changes to address the HPRC Is that what I basically want to say?
Councilmember Howell, I think you can just say as presented right now, because right now there are we would need to make changes to incorporate additional historic properties language, but you can also say without changes. Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Thank you very much. Okay, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry to
I move. What was that?
Chris, this is Patrick. I'm at least a little confused as to which attachment should be referred to in the motion. In the timeline refers to an attachment 2. Your staff recommendations reference attachment 1. So which
good point. Yeah, this has attachment 2.
Council members, I must have made an error when I wrote the timeline language, but I believe that there's only one attachment.
Okay.
Which is the draft notice of proposed rulemaking. If you want to be clear, you could just say the draft notice of proposed rulemaking.
Thank you, Patrick.
Yes. Thanks. Okay, so I move the council authorize staff to issue a notice of proposed rulemaking and initiate formal proceedings to adopt the proposed amendments to the protected areas, scenic resources, and recreation standards and associated rules as provided in the notice of proposed rulemaking.
We all good with
that?
We have a motion and we have a second. Any further questions, comments? Okay, Mr. Secretary, please call the roll.
Jordan Truitt,
Yes.
Hanley Jenkins.
Yes.
Kent Howe.
Yes.
Cindy Condon.
Yes.
Marcy Grail.
Yes.
Motion carries, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Chris, man, you're awesome. Thank you. Oh, hang on, we got a comment.
Yes,
Thank you,
Chair Gurl. Yes, Chris, that was an excellent staff presentation. Appreciate it. And I'm sorry I jumped the gun early before you were even done. So
Thank you, Councilmember Howe, Chair Girl. I appreciate it and I appreciate the healthy discussion. So thank you all.
All right. Wow. Our next agenda item is agenda item F, which is the update on Oregon Public Utility Commission Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity rulemaking. This is an information item, and we have Garrett Martin, Public Utility Commission Policy Advisor, to provide this overview for us.
Yes, hi. Thank you. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. And how do I just say when to move to the next slide?
This is Chris Clark for the record. Garrett, would you like to present your own slides, or I'm happy to flip through them for you if you just want to say next when you're ready?
Let's just keep it at I'll tell you when to move to the next slide.
Great.
So yeah, as noted, my name's Garrett Martin, and I am a policy advisor for the Oregon Public Utility Commission, and I want to thank everyone here today for letting me spend a little time to give you an update on where the Oregon Public Utility Commission is with regard to our somewhat belated, I suppose, rulemaking revising our CPCN process. So if you want to go to the next slide. I wanted to first just give a quick tutorial for the PUC. Not everyone is super, no, oh, sorry, yeah, we kind of skipped ahead there. So the agenda, to give a background on the Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity, and then why it is the PUC is looking to make some revisions to our rules around that. And I'll talk about the specific areas of revision, and in particular, land use compliance and decision making, and how it is that we're trying to handle that particular issue going forward. So next slide. I wanted to first give kind of a tutorial on the PUC. Not everyone spends all of their time thinking about how the PUC relates to the state of Oregon. We are an economic regulator for various utilities, which means that for the most part, the utilities that we regulate are coming to the commission on a regular basis, seeking updates, or seeking approval for programs, changes in their rates, and plans that they have for infrastructure investments. And the commission is ultimately deciding whether to grant or modify those requests, and then basing that based on the interests of the ratepayers of the utility, as well as what's in the general public interest for the state of Oregon. And so the utility commission regulates 3 investor-owned utilities on the electric side. That is Portland General Electric, Pacific Power, and Idaho Power. And then on the natural gas side, you have Northwest Natural, Vista, and Cascade. And then a host of smaller telecoms for the most part, as well as some of the larger ones. But those are all specific to landlines, and then some very small private water utilities across the state. The overall structure of the PUC, we have 3 commissioners who are the ones who are ultimately making these decisions, and then a staff of over 120 that are doing their own analyses, assessments, and investigations as to anything that's coming before the commission that's been brought forward by the utilities. And they're making their own recommendations and advocating for them with the commission, but those 3 commissioners are ultimately the ones that are making a decision. Because the PUC is regularly making determinations about what's in the public interest. Oregon statute has empowered the PUC to be the one who is making a determination around these certificates of public convenience and necessity. Next slide. And so this differs a little bit from the types of transmission lines that EFSC is empowered to provide certificates for. But basically, a CPCN is needed for any transmission line that is going to require land condemnation as part of it. So there's not any kind of kilovolt limit. There's not any line mile limitation, regardless of whether it's a 1 mile line or a 100-mile line. If the utility in question, which is not just the 3 utilities that I spoke of, but any of the consumer-owned utilities as well in the state of Oregon, if they need to condemn land for the construction of a transmission line, then they need to get a CPCN from the Public Utility Commission. And ultimately, what the PUC is looking at is whether 4 key criteria are being met, which is the line needed? Is it going to be able to be safely constructed and operated? Is it practical to build the thing at all? And then ultimately, is it in the public interest, and has the utility made a clear justification for that? Next slide. And so in statute, the CPCN process is also laid out. There has to be public hearings about it. PUC staff has to conduct their own investigation into what the utility is petitioning. We have the ability, our staff does, to make a request for basically anything from the utility that they can justify as being necessary for the commission to ultimately make that that determination as to whether the petition meets those 4 criteria I was listing. Like with EFSC, our process is typically considered a contested case if it actually is also going through an EFSC certification process. It is just inherently a contested case. And as with an EFSC certificate, ultimately the decision around an approved CPCN is appealable on an expedited path through the state Supreme Court, where they have 2 months to appeal a decision and then 6 months from there for the state Supreme Court to rule on it. Next slide. But that kind of raises the question, okay, so why is the PUC seeking to revise its rules? And it kind of boils down to just the fact that the existing rules are overly general in a couple of key ways, and this is problematic for both the utilities involved and for the PUC staff. For the utility, that lack of clarity includes the fact that they don't exactly have clear guidance on when they should be submitting a CPCN, and then in turn, they don't have clear guidance on what actually needs to be in that CPCN in order to get it across the finish line and get that project approved by the PUC. And likewise, on staff side, that lack of specificity means that they're not always completely clear on what they need to deem a petition complete, and then ultimately what they need as far as information in order to address kind of all the questions that the commissioners may have around this. And this kind of boils down to the issue of CPCNs don't come along all that often. It can be several years between one and the next at the PUC, which means staff turnover may have resulted in a number of people not being with the PUC any longer who would otherwise be doing this work. And so you have new staff. And for the utility, it could be years, decades, in some cases. There are utilities in the state who have never come before the Public Utility Commission for a CPCN. And as a result, there's a lack of institutional knowledge on that side as well. So that's what we're seeking to do with this rule revision. Next slide. And so there's a whole kind of laundry list of things here. And I'm not going to read off all of them. And I kind of structured it this way to go both directions, which is, it seems like we're making huge revisions to the rules. In reality, what we're doing is we're tweaking them, but just kind of comprehensively throughout. Everywhere that they needed to provide a certain amount of information before, we're being more specific about exactly what that information is supposed to be. If they previously needed to provide information about what the alternatives were to the proposed plan, now they need to give additional details both about alternate routes that they considered, but ultimately dismissed as not being the primary option, but also alternative non-wire solutions that they could be using to address the same issue that the utility is seeking to address with their transmission line. And click once more. Yeah, so then in addition to those kind of revisions, we'll talk about this later in my presentation here, but we're also creating a waiver process around land use determinations because one of the things that was lacking was kind of a clear preference being expressed by the Public Utility Commission as to when a CPCN would be sought by a utility. We can go on to the next slide. And then in addition, there's kind of the dash 35 rules are being added in. And this is again providing greater clarity about what are the metrics that the Public Utility Commission, the commissioners are going to be using when determining whether to approve a CPCN. So the dash 30 rules from that I was showing on the previous slide, that's about what the utility needs to be submitting in order for a petition to be considered complete. Dash 35 is about what the kind of things they need to be hitting in order to justify the need for the CPCN. Also in here, it's kind of highlighting outside resources, including kind of EFSC, anything that's presented to you about the same project, if it's running through both processes, would also be subject to consideration by the PUC, and then also highlighting just kind of how long that CPCN is good for. And then the dash 40 rules is actually being pulled out of the dash 30, but it's also, it's highlighting how land use determinations are supposed to be made, what that process looks like. We can go on to the next slide. So this is the part that is kind of relevant to you all here today, because it addresses kind of how the PUC's process is going to, it was currently and in the future is going to relate to EFSC in its certification process. As it currently stands, there's no guidance as to when a utility can be submitting a CPCN petition. They could have all of their permits lined up, or they could have none of them. They could even be asking the PUC to actually make some of those land use determinations themselves. But there's no real guidance that's provided there. And that was one of the key things that we're trying to address going forward with our revisions. So we're going to go on to the next slide. But there was one thing that is in statute that was quite clear, which is that if a project is going through the EFSC approval process for certification, then the PUC has to wait to approve its own CPCN until EFSC has completed its process. That was the one kind of restriction, and that's not going to change. No one's changing the statute. But what ultimately, or at least initially what the PUC was seeking to do was to make the CPCN the capstone permit that comes at the very end of the project, after everything else has been, all the other approvals that were necessary for this project, the PUC would come in at the end and make their determination. That got a lot of pushback immediately as kind of being divorced from reality. So people were made clear to the PUC that that's not viable for a couple of reasons. It's not particularly efficient or flexible, and there are plenty of instances where a CPCN might actually be necessary in order for a local land use permit to be granted, because the utility would need to have an ownership interest in the land before they'd be able to get the permits that they need, and they can't get that ownership interest until they're able to condemn the land, which requires a CPCN. So that was a concession that, and the result, or ultimately what drove the commission to propose that we create a waiver process. On to the next slide, we'll go into that a little more. So there's kind of 6 scenarios involved that is envisioned for how this would potentially go about. And it kind of divides a little bit in terms of, does EFSC have jurisdiction over this transmission line, or does it fall outside of EFSC? But the first 2 scenarios are the preference for the PUC. We would love for a CPCN to come in at the end, as was originally intended, as the capstone certification. They already have all the other things that they need in order to move forward, and we think that would make for the most expeditious process. But there are potential reasons why that wouldn't be the case. And so the scenarios 3 and 4 allow for a concurrent process, which means that they can submit their CPCN, ask for a waiver. That waiver would be saying, we plan to get our EFSC certification, we plan to get our local land use permits. We're still in process with that, but we would like to start the process with the PUC before those things are wrapped up. And if they make kind of a good argument, they can move forward that way. Scenarios 5 and 6 are kind of that last scenario, which is not just a concurrent process, but they're actually asking for the PUC to step in and make their own land use determination as to whether this project can move forward, in part because they need to demonstrate that there's some kind of inhibitory permitting that they won't be able to address until they have their CPCN. And so that is another kind of concession, and it's kind of a higher bar to be granted that type of waiver, but that's being considered going forward, and we'll loop back around that here in a second. We can go on to the next slide. And so there's kind of benefits and risks to this kind of a waiver approach that the PUC is looking to. On the one hand, it's more flexible, it's potentially more administratively efficient, that the same people who are working with EFSC and working through getting the certification process there could be working with the PUC at the same time, rather than having to do it kind of sequentially. And then it also just kind of recognizes that there are limitations around this permitting process that would require the PUC to not be that capstone. But it also presents certain risks. In particular, it's a risk because there could be delays and potential suspensions of the process if things get hung up on the permitting process elsewhere. And then it also potentially, one kind of notable thing about the PUC CPCN process is it is path dependent. It is, the petition is for a specific route. Alternatives are considered as part of kind of the cost benefit of, is this the right plan? Is this the right path for the project to be taking? But ultimately, we're approving the primary path that that the utility is seeking. EFSC, my understanding, you guys could potentially approve multiple paths. If a utility decided ultimately that even though they've started this process concurrently between, say, EFSC and the PUC, if they decide that they should change the route, EFSC approved multiple routes or a different route, that would potentially require them to come back and revise their submission and potentially completely resubmit it with the PUC in order to get the CPCN for the route that they are actually deciding to move forward with. On to the next slide. But so the one thing that we've heard and that we're still trying to iron out is the issue of that kind of scenario 5, scenario 6, where the Public Utility Commission is making a land use determination. We don't really want to do that. That's not our core expertise at the PUC. And likewise, we've heard from a number of other parties, including a number of counties. They don't want us to preempt their authority on these things. We don't want to do that either. And so we've kind of gravitated towards this idea of using land use compatibility statements, or LUXs. There was a lot of discussion about that at a meeting this past month. And we're still kind of ironing that out, but it's something that Department of Environmental Quality, Department of Land Conservation and Development both use in a number of cases. And this would allow us to be able to check in with those local counties as to whether they think that that a particular project is going to meet their local land use goals and will be a permittable project. And that's kind of a provisional determination by the local government that they could subsequently change, which is where the PUC lawyers are having a little bit of heartburn about, but hopefully we'll get it across that line here. We're intending to have these revised rules done in the late summer, very early fall time period, because we do see an important CPCN petition likely to be coming in the near future. And so we want to have these rules, the revised rules in place ahead of that fairly consequential submission so that process can be as smooth and as efficient as possible. So with that, we can go on to the next slide, which is just to say if you have any questions, I do my best to try and answer them.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Martin? Thank you. I think it's interesting. I do spend a lot of time paying attention to what happens in the PUC in my paid job, and I think there are some interesting things that spill over. So we will be paying close attention to see how this plays out.
Well, actually, I do have a question.
Go ahead, Cindy.
Thank you. So I'm curious, the terms I think on the CPCN are 10 years and 15 years, 10 years if no construction is started, and 15 construction is started. So when they reach those timeframes, is there a renewal process?
That's an interesting question. Potentially, I suppose they could. I'm not sure it would be so much a renewal as it would be just a resubmission. But in all likelihood, if they were to reach those lengths, something has changed with the utility and their plans. I know there's been a lot of talk about that 10-year timeline if they haven't built anything in that time, because at that point, the original landowner who had their land condemned has a right to repurchase that land. So I think that would present a complicating factor. But I would say that it's always a possibility. It's probably very unlikely that you would see some CPCN persist for that long without the project either being completed or being scrapped and the utility going a different direction with their plans for how to address their transmission needs.
Thank you.
Additional questions, comments?
Well, this is Kent, and I'd just say there was reference to the land use compatibility statements, and I'm a little fuzzy on whether that was going to be determined at the local level by the counties or whether the PUC might be making some of those. And I'm wondering, I have a feeling, I remember when I was working at the county, those land use compatibility statements could be appealed. Somebody'd make an argument, it's a land use decision. And would the PUC then, if they'd made that land use compatibility determination, would that be something that the PUC would be taking to LUBA?
So that is exactly the area that our lawyers are having a bit of heartburn about, which is what happens if, okay, so we get affirmative looks from a county. They've given us the kind of provisional thumbs up about a project but then it gets appealed at that local level and it gets reversed. You know, what happens either, you know, have we wrapped up our own CPCN process? You know, what happens with that reversal? If we haven't wrapped it up, what happens if we have wrapped up our CPCN process and granted a certificate to a project if there's that reversal? My own personal opinions are like, well, that's not really our problem, but but that is something that our lawyers are trying to figure out what that looks like. Do we revoke a CPCN because an element of that was kind of the foundation for part of its approval got changed, or do we just want to grant ourselves the flexibility around having that be something that is determined on a case-by-case basis? That is kind of to be determined over the next couple of months, I would say.
Well, again, thank you for joining us, especially on a Friday before a holiday weekend. Have a safe holiday and thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right. Well, that concludes agenda item F. We are ahead of schedule. So, Todd, I'm looking at you now.
Madam Chair, it looks like lunch is not quite here yet. I know Nancy's probably gone up to get it. So your choice are to either break now for lunch, and I think lunch will be down pretty quickly, or you can just keep rolling. We have one more agenda item since the last agenda item had to be continued. So you can kind of keep rolling through the next one, and then we could just conclude the meeting, and then, you know, people can choose to either eat here or grab lunch and hit the road.
What would y'all like to do?
And get started.
Christopher, does that work for you?
Chair Grill, yes, I'm prepared to move forward, and if you all need to stop and grab some food, just let me know.
Okay, I think that sounds like a great plan. Then our next agenda item is agenda item G, which is wildfire prevention and response rulemaking. This is consideration of proposed rules, which is an action item. We have Christopher M. Clark, Senior Siting Analyst and EFSC Rules Coordinator. Chris, will you please get started?
Thank you, Chair Grail. Members of the council, once again, for the record, my name is Christopher Clark. I am the council's rules coordinator. Today, like in the last agenda item E, the council will be considering whether or not to move forward with formal proceedings to adopt a new standard. And that standard would be for wildfire risk prevention and mitigation at energy facility sites. Before I turn things over to the council to discuss whether or not to move forward with the proposed rules, I'll be providing background and procedural history on this project. I'll give you an overview of our recommendations, which are reflected in the draft notice of proposed rulemaking that I believe is actually included as attachment to the staff report. And I'll be giving the timeline for our recommended conduct of the formal proceedings. And I want to say that it was a little bit serendipitous that Mr. Martin was able to present on the CPCN rules today, because this agenda item also has a lot to do with some rulemaking that's currently being conducted by the Public Utility Commission. And I wanted to thank Mr. Martin again for being here and for a great presentation. So to give some overview of the context of wildfire policy in Oregon as it stands now, after several pretty severe fire seasons, both in Oregon and in the West, the governor established a council on wildfire response back in 2019. That council made several recommendations, including that Oregon ensure that its electrical utilities implement best practice risk mitigation strategies to reduce human-caused ignitions, and particularly ignitions caused by transmission lines, which have been a big source of wildfire in Oregon and in California. Executive Order 2004, which we know as the executive order that directed several state agencies to take actions to address climate change, also included some provisions directing the Public Utility Commission to undertake rulemaking to implement the Governor's Council on Wildfire Response recommendation. The PUC opened a rulemaking for that purpose in 2020. And then in 2021, the legislature also passed Senate Bill 762, which established new standards for electric utility wildfire protection plans, created some requirements for the Department of Forestry to provide statewide risk analysis for wildfire, and also included several new programs to mitigate both the health and safety impacts of wildfire in the state. Our rulemaking here today is really focused on that first part, which is related to the new standards for electric utility wildfire protection plans, and that's what the PUC rulemaking is focused on as well. The PUC completed the first phase of that rulemaking in December of last year, and and that established the minimum kind of requirements for the first round of wildfire protection plans from electric utilities. All three investor-owned electric utilities submitted their initial wildfire protection plans to the PUC in December, and all three plans were subsequently approved by the PUC in April. The council initiated this rulemaking as part of its 2021 to 2023 rulemaking, kind of tracking some of the same issues that prompted the PUC rulemaking. When you put this on the schedule, you directed staff to prioritize the project while also monitoring the progress of the PUC rulemaking to ensure that we wouldn't adopt any conflicting requirements. So kind of tracking the PUC rulemaking, the council initiated its rulemaking in October of last year, In January, we sent out letters requesting input from tribal governments and also conducted a rulemaking workshop for interested stakeholders and members of the public. We have kind of gotten through the advice we received and put together the draft proposed rule package that we have before you today. I won't belabor this too much, but we do believe that this new standard is needed to address the increased frequency and severity of wildfire that's occurring in Oregon and across the West as a result of climate change. There's just been catastrophic fires, including the 2018 Paradise Fire in California, which have been found to have been caused by electric infrastructure. I took a very brief look at the Cal Fire Red Book for last year, which is just their compilation of wildfire statistics, and they have some more detailed statistics than other states. And according to that, it looked like about 10% of wildfire in California by acreage was, or by incident, I'm sorry, was caused by electric infrastructure. And that can be anything from a faulty transmission line making, or a transmission line making contact with vegetation, to, shorts at a residential area that lead to wildfire. And I wanted to point out that while most of the most destructive wildfire related with electric infrastructure have been related to transmission lines, there are also documented cases of wildfire were caused by renewable energy facilities. And I bring those up particularly because those are types of facilities that typically are out on the landscape instead of in more industrial areas, like we would expect to see our more traditional power plants at. There's a picture here just of a smallish wildfire that occurred in Gillum County, that occurred after there was a turbine fire. Wind turbine fires are actually pretty common. Well, not common, but well documented. There's a statistic going around saying that every wind turbine has a 1 in 2,000 probability of a fire every year, which is very small, but considering the number of turbines that are now on the landscape, there is some risk there. There's also been some cases of wildfires at PV facilities. While this is much more rare, and I just wanted to point out that there's been some high profile incidences of rooftop solar installations causing fire, and then there's currently a big lawsuit was a big lawsuit between Walmart and Tesla regarding some large installations. Luckily, to the best of my knowledge, there hasn't been a significant fire incident at an EFSC approved facility to date, but there have been some minor incidents, including things like lightning strikes and birds making contact with multiple conductors on a transmission line, like an associated Gentile line, and those birds combusting and falling to the ground and igniting the vegetation below. So these are things that do tend to happen. With that appetizing thought, I think I saw that your food was delivered. Do you all want to take a break, or should I keep going?
If we could take 10 minutes and gather ourselves, that would be great. Thanks for noticing on that note, Chris. That's funny. It's not funny. Anyway, we'll take 10 minutes and gather our food and reconvene if that's okay.
Excellent.
Thank you. You're ready. Go for it.
Thank you, Chair Grail. So once again, for the record, this is Christopher Clark, the Council's Rules Coordinator. And I will just jump right back into where we left off. Which was here. Okay. So we previously just discussed kind of the need for this rulemaking, and the second part of that is that the council doesn't really currently have a standard that specifically addresses wildfire risk. You do have under your organizational expertise standard a requirement that the applicant demonstrates that the applicant can design, construct, and operate the proposed facility in a manner that protects public health and safety. And then also the public services standard, which requires the construction and operation of the facility not be likely to result in significant or adverse impact to the ability of public and private providers of public services to provide the services, and that includes fire protection services. So in the review of many applications, the council has seen evidence that either a facility is within a rural fire protection district, and sometimes they work with those rural fire protection districts to ensure that the fire service provider can access the site and knows how to respond and address things at the site. But the level of fire risk at the site or any proposed or required mitigation activities haven't specifically been incorporated into the council's review process to date. So we do believe that the council has the authority to adopt additional standards, particularly as the council thinks is needed to ensure that the siting, construction, and operation of an energy facility is consistent with the protection of public health and safety in the environment. Because wildfire is a significant public safety issue, we believe that this would fall into that category. And so, the council does not need specific authority to move forward with this rulemaking. It would already be covered under your general rulemaking authority. When we were going through the process of developing proposed rules, we kind of considered three main objectives. That is to adopt a standard that would minimize the risk of an energy facility subject to the council's jurisdiction causing a wildfire. To ensure that there are sufficient programs and procedures in place to ensure the protection of public health and safety in the event that a wildfire does occur at an energy facility site, regardless of the source of ignition. And on this second bullet point, I do want to point out that we got some comments that in addition to ensuring the health of the protection of public health and safety during a wildfire response, that we also needed to, it was recommended that we also look at ensuring that sensitive resources, including cultural resources at a site, are protected during response activities, and that we don't have fire breaks or fire lines going in over sensitive resources at the site. And we've included some language in the proposed rules to address that. And then finally, our objective with this rulemaking was to maintain consistency with the wildfire mitigation rules adopted by the PUC to the extent possible. And I think, as you heard during the last agenda item, the council and the PUC do have different regulatory scope and regulatory practice. But we do think that there are enough similarities in the way that the PUC rules are written that we've really adopted a similar approach there. So what the PUC rules require, and what the requirements of Senate Bill 762 require, are that each electric utility prepares a wildfire protection plan and then operates in compliance with that plan. So we've recommended that we follow a similar approach, at least for some facilities specifically that are in or near high wildfire risk areas. I want to point out that the specific requirements of the PUC rules really only apply to investor-owned utilities, but consumer-owned utilities are also required to prepare wildfire mitigation plans. Rather than going to the PUC route for approval, those plans are approved by the governing body of the COU, and then are just submitted to the PUC for reference purposes and to help share best practices amongst Oregon's electric providers. So those new requirements cover both the generating and transmission assets of the electric utilities. But I want to point out that because those are really system-wide plans, I reviewed the 2022 wildfire protection plans, and they appear to focus really on just areas within the utility service territory and then areas near transmission assets. So I didn't see specific provisions or coverage for generating assets owned and operated by those utilities that are outside of the service territory. Also, as I mentioned, those are system-wide plans, so they don't really cover any sort of facility level information, but generally just establish general protocols that the utility will use to inspect all of its infrastructure. And then finally, the PUC rules really give a lot of deference to the utilities to identify the methods and data sources that are appropriate for their service territories in their own risk analyses. And then they require that those analyses be updated to incorporate the most recent data that's available from reputable sources. So there's some flexibility there, but that at least the minimum standards that this basically using incorporating the most up-to-date good practices that are prevalent in the industry. And there were some minor changes to the specific language around some of this in the most recent draft of PUC rules I saw, but I think the underlying premise is still the same. So we've recommended that the council pursue basically similar approaches. Specifically, we're recommending that the council adopt a new standard that requires the applicant to adequately characterize wildfire risk within the analysis area using current data from reputable sources. And the particular criteria that need to go into that analysis are based on the proposed PUC criteria. We're recommending that the council require a finding that the facility is not likely to result in a significant increase in wildfire risk at the site, taking into account both the probability and consequences of wildfire. And then finally, we're recommending that if the analysis area includes areas subject to heightened risk of wildfire or otherwise high fire consequence areas, that the proposed facility will operate in compliance with a wildfire mitigation plan approved by the council. I'm going to go through the specific elements of these recommendations kind of one by one, but that is in broad strokes what is included in the draft rules that we've presented to you, or that we've included in our staff report attachment 2. So the first thing we looked at was whether or not this new standard should apply to the review of all new facilities or just applications that are submitted on or after the effective date of the rules. As we kind of discussed with the protected areas rulemaking in April, or even before April, I guess, if the council were to adopt a new standard, by default, that would apply to any decision on a application for site certificate or request for amendment that the council makes after that rule becomes effective. But the council could choose to specify that that new standard will only apply to projects that are before a certain point in the process. So similar, we could include I guess a goalpost saying that the standard will only apply to projects that have not yet been determined to be complete as of the effective date of the rules. We are recommending, due to the public safety nature of these rules, that the council not include a goalpost and that the council apply this rule to any decision that you make after you would adopt permanent rules. That would affect a few projects that are currently under review. And based on your previous decision, we anticipate there's some discussion there. So I'd like to maybe get your just preliminary input on whether or not you would like to include goalposting language in this particular rule or not. And if you do, I do have some example draft language that we can look at.
Thank you, Chris. Anyone have any comments on this yet?
This is Cindy, sorry. And I, for one, do not want any goalpost language. So it just significant issue, not getting less important, getting more important. So thank you.
Hanley?
This is Hanley. It's always difficult to try and apply new rules retroactively. And I generally don't support that. I do understand that this is a significant issue, and so I kind of wrestle with whether or not I would generally come down on the side of there being a goalpost requirement.
Jordan, you have anything? Kent? No for Jordan. Kent's pondering. I'll just say for myself, while Kent thinks, I generally agree with Hanley, but this idea, because of the fires, it's not getting any better. When you have utilities hiring meteorologists pretty regularly trying to predict and look at, I think it's a serious issue. And I think the other aspect of it is, how do you tell a community basically that, we thought you were going to be okay, we'll deal with it. So I guess my question is, the language that you had showed on a previous slide that said, I think it's right there actually, showing of a clear significant threat. We still got to define that. But I know there's just an area where they're going to be prone to public safety power shutoffs, and what that looks like. Anyway, I feel like it's something that needs to be addressed. We heard a lot about it when we did our B2H tour, and I think the public's very concerned.
Well, this is Kent, and I am also generally supportive of a goalpost rule, but in this instance, I think alternative one there is one that is appropriate with the life safety health hazards involved with the fires we're experiencing now.
How's that for you, Chris?
Excellent. That's good. And I'm hearing, I think, mixed conversation with most people leaning maybe towards no goalpost. And I think it would be worth maybe revisiting this at the end of the conversation before you make your final decision, and then you can decide finally there. I also want to make one other comment, just that with regards to retroactive applicability, I just want to be careful to clarify that if you adopt a standard, it wouldn't apply to past council decisions unless you do go through that showing of significant risk or significant threat to public health and safety. So I understand completely, I think, what Councilmember Jenkins was saying, but I just wanted to make sure that it was very clear for the record that, as far as retroactivity is concerned, this wouldn't go back in time to previous decisions.
Cindy,
This is
Cindy
Chris.
Condon. Sorry, Chris, quick question. Can you tell me how extensions would be treated? So got an application and a site certificate, and now there's an extension. Could you explain how that might be treated?
Council Member Condon, yes. So when there is a facility that's approved, and then they do not begin construction before the construction commencement deadline established in the site certificate, they need to come in for a request to extend a request for amendment to extend those construction deadlines. And when they do, that basically requires the council to consider any changes in fact or law that have occurred since the site certificate was approved. If we were to adopt to a new standard, that would be a change in law essentially, and the council would be applying the new standard to the review of that application for, or sorry, request for amendment. So yeah, in the event of a timeline extension, the council would need to apply the standard as it's proposed.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, I guess we can table this discussion till the end. I will try to remember to revisit it, but I'll move on. So the second kind of question about just the general construction of the standard is what types of energy facilities you want the standard to apply to. As I mentioned, the PUC rules only apply to electric utilities, and those utilities, electric generation and transmission assets. But the council and the PUC have jurisdiction over different types of energy facilities as well. So, but specifically, the council has jurisdiction over so the high voltage transmission lines and electric power generation plants, as we've discussed, but also natural gas pipelines and storage facilities, and then certain fuel pipelines and fuel production facilities. So you could decide to just have the standard be a general standard of applicability to any sorts of proposed energy facilities that come before you, or you could limit the scope to just certain types. As examples, we've stated here that you could say it's just to propose power generation facilities and their related and supporting facilities, which would include associated transmission lines. We left out jurisdictional transmission lines just from this specific example because those would already typically be regulated by the PUC's rules. On the other hand, since transmission lines really are the primary ignition source for electric infrastructure related wildfire, you could make this specific to transmission lines, and that would include, you know, both a jurisdictional transmission line and any associated gen-tie line or interconnection line that is a related and supporting facility to a project. We're recommending that this just become a general standard in Division 22 and that it would apply to all types of energy facilities. And I can, yeah.
Lots of head nodding in this room.
Great.
So Madam Chair, this is Hanley.
Go ahead, Hanley.
So Christopher, what this really does is it makes the applicant prepare a wildfire protection plan. Is that correct? And identify implementation mechanisms.
Councilmember Jenkins, yes. When the applicant were to submit their NOI, we would want a general just characterization of wildfire risks at the site. And then in their application, we would want them to provide a more detailed analysis of the wildfire risk at the site and within a study area. And I'll get into the specific criteria there. But that analysis is the core component of the current PUC wildfire protection plan. If they conducted that analysis and they found that there was a high risk of wildfire at the site, or if a wildfire were to start at the site, there would be a likelihood of high consequences. Our rule has structured that then they would have to require the formal plan, which includes all their proposed prevention and mitigation. This rule could easily be structured in an opposite way, where we would just say, rather than going through this kind of conditional, like if there's a high fire risk, then you have to have a plan. We could just say you have to have a plan for all energy facilities. But that's not how we've written it.
Thank you.
So the third issue we have is about exactly what I was talking about, the analysis for wildfire risk. We haven't recommended that the council, establish really specific criteria or specific methods, but we have incorporated or adapted methods from the PUC rules. That includes that the analysis must include a characterization of baseline fire risk, which is kind of the characteristics of the site, and things that are expected to remain stable over several years. We would be then asking them to tell us about the seasonal wildfire risks, which kind of describes rainfall patterns at the site, the retention of soil and fuel, moisture, winds, things like that, that kind of say, in a typical year, this site has bad fire risk every summer or every fall. Uh, the PUC rules say that once we characterize the sort of wildfire hazard, we look at the wildfire risks. And those PUC rules say that the risks need to identify residential areas and critical infrastructure, including substations and power lines. And we've taken a slightly different tack on that, which I will explain in a second. But I did kind of want to look at this. So I will just say, we've recommended a slightly more expansive characterization of risk, and one that incorporates potential impacts to other resources protected by council standards. That would include things like agriculture, wildlife habitat, and cultural resources, as well as just residences. The PUC rules are rightfully, for their purposes, focused on risks to public health and safety, and really identifying areas where there might need to be a power shutoff to prevent putting people's homes at risk. And we think a slightly different angle is necessary. But I just kind of wanted to show this slide, which is adapted from a kind of paper on the methodology used throughout a lot of the Forest Service wildfire planning things. And that is like, when we say we want them to characterize wildfire risk, that is really a function of both the wildfire hazard at the site, which is the probability of a fire starting, and then once that fire starts, the likelihood, how intense that fire is expected to be. And then the second component of wildfire risk is resource vulnerability, which is really the exposure or the types of resources that are out there, and then how susceptible those resources are to being damaged by wildfire. And so when I talk about high wildfire risk zone in the proposed rules, I'm really talking about kind of the left-hand side of this equation. And when I talk about high fire consequences, I'm really talking about the resource vulnerability side of the equation. And I just kind of wanted to let you know that there's a lot of different models I'm thinking about this, but all of them kind of revolve around this framework. So that said, one thing that we talked about with stakeholders was whether or not there should be a specific tool required for analyzing and mapping wildfire risk at the site. And one thing that came up was, of course, the Oregon Wildfire Risk Explorer, which was mandated by the Wildfire Omnibus Bill, and has been developed by Department of Forestry in coordination with a lot of different agencies, both at the state and federal level. It is, by statute, Oregon's official wildfire planning and risk classification mapping tool. I've included a map here that just shows wildfire risk categories at the watershed level. You can see the kind of green areas are areas where actually, like, wildfire would provide some ecosystem benefits and provide limited risks to human health. And the red areas are areas where there's both a high risk of wildfire and the high likelihood that either human life, other resources, or critical infrastructure would be adversely impacted by wildfire. And as I pointed out here on the slide, that this risk analysis includes not just damage to residences and infrastructure, but also potential damages to recreation opportunities, timber, agricultural resources, and wildlife into their vulnerability analysis. I wanted to point out that we did ask stakeholders at the workshop whether or not they thought it would be appropriate to require use of the Oregon Wildfire Risk Explorer. And we actually received feedback from the PUC that, they weren't requiring this, partly because the data isn't quite granular enough for their purpose, which we believe it might not be granular enough to do a site-specific analysis either. And that also even ODF has some concerns about their ability to keep this up to date with the most recent information, just due to funding and personnel constraints. So we're not recommending actually that this be used as a specific example, but we are instead recommending that the rules require the applicant to use its own methods to identify areas that are subject to heightened risk of wildfire within the analysis area. But that we put some conditions on that, including that they use up-to-date data from reputable sources. The other alternatives we have here is that we could require use of the Wildfire Risk Explorer, or we could require some other specific methodology. I'll just look to the council to see if you have any discussion about that recommendation or not.
Looks like everyone's in agreement.
Great. So our next issue was, establishing that they can use their own methods. We wanted to see if we wanted to have a specific study area associated with wildfire risk. I presented kind of on what the different study areas are. We had some recommendations that folks should include just the area within the site boundary, because that is the area where, risk of ignition would occur. But we did think that, we heard some feedback that including a slightly larger area to account for potential spread from the site would be important. And we think, at least for this initial review in the NOI, that getting a good characterization of what the fire behavior would be if a fire started in the site would be sufficient to allow us to set an appropriate analysis area. And that analysis area could be much larger. And I just want to say that this approach is pretty consistent with how the public utilities did the wildfire analysis for their wildfire protection plans. This is the map from PacifiCorp's protection plan of the high consequence areas they identified for 2022. You can see those areas in yellow overlaid on their blue service territory. And PacifiCorp did the area within the service territory, and then they also provided a 25-mile buffer from their transmission infrastructure. And that was just to account for what if a fire did start at one of their lines, what could be impacted by a rapidly spreading fire. And so you can see that even within their somewhat large service territory, aside from this big area in around just to the west of Medford, which I think if you noticed on the Oregon Wildfire Risk Explorer map I showed earlier, is also an area that is shown as dark red or high fire risk. There are limited areas of high fire consequence within the analysis area that they identified. I just want to point out that both the other utilities use much smaller analysis areas in their wildfire protection plans report. I think Portland General Electric looked at the area in their service territory, and then an area within 1 mile of transmission assets and 5 miles of PGE parks, owned park properties. And then Idaho Power Company used a buffer of 1 kilometer on either side of their transmission assets, which is about half a mile, right? If I'm doing the math right. So as I said, when we are getting an NOI, particularly considering the fact that our projects are much smaller, we are recommending that the council establish a half-mile study area for the initial wildfire analysis. That would be included in the NOI, and the expectation would be that we could adjust that up if needed, if there were a significant, or if there were evidence that there would be substantial fire risk at that site. That's consistent with the area for land use impacts. If we wanted to just be a little more conservative, I think a 10-mile study area would also be appropriate. And then, the council could also determine a different study area is appropriate if you decided that.
Any thoughts? Are you seeking thoughts now? Good.
So this is for the study area, right?
Councilmember Jenkins, that is correct. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I support your recommendation here for land use impacts.
We have concurrence in the room.
Thank you, council members. Sorry, was there any more discussion on that issue before I move on?
Nope, we're good on that one.
Okay. So this next issue, and I believe this is the one of the last issues I have for you, is a little in the weeds, but I thought it was important, and that is what the kind of decision criteria should be to evaluate the wildfire risk associated with the proposed facility. There's honestly a dozen ways to look at this, so we kind of narrowed it down to 3. But obviously, the council is welcome to provide any additional input. So the first one we looked at was kind of a minimization standard, which is, would require the council to determine that the applicant has done everything kind of reasonably possible to minimize risk of wildfire at the site. We thought that was fairly open-ended, but still, it's a pretty common, I think, standard that is used. So I don't think it's necessarily out of the question. The second standard or the second alternative and what we're recommending is that the facility can be designed, constructed, and operated in a manner that doesn't significantly increase wildfire risk at the site. And that basically means that whatever new element, whatever new probability of ignition is introduced by the electrical equipment or other equipment at a site from a facility. And I should go back and say that this would also be looking at things like the risk of trucks, sparking or causing fire, any sort of new ignition source that's introduced is at least addressed and mitigated to some extent. So so that is the significant increase or no significant increase in risk standard. And then the third alternative that we looked at was really that the council could just say, we need you to characterize the risk at the site in an appropriate way. And if you find there is a high risk area or a high consequence area at that site, you cannot build your facility there. And that is a standard that I think is, fairly reasonable, but we think that does not allow for mitigation. So we have like looked at this other option in the combination with a mitigation plan if there is a significant risk at the site, even if that risk is not increased by the proposed facility. I will just point out, since Councilmember Jenkins kind of brought it up earlier, a fourth alternative would be to have no specific decision criteria here and just require the wildfire risk mitigation plan. And you would just need to make sure it satisfied the criteria required for that plan.
Go ahead, Hanley.
Yeah, Marcy, Ms. Hanley, Christopher, I'm a little concerned about using significant increase again. You know, we use that word pretty liberally, and any development is going to increase risk, I would think. So really what it boils down to is how are we going to measure a significant increase? And that's what I like about the wildfire protection plan, is it identifies what might be the significant risk and what the mitigation opportunities might be associated with. You have mitigation here in this alternative. But I don't know how you get there without the wildfire protection plan. Could you
Well, in Council
just basically identify the risks and the mitigations and demonstrate that it's not significant? Is that what you're after?
Councilmember Jenkins, yeah, my how I imagined this was that if they were in a low fire risk area, you know, they would say, well, yes, like we are introducing some risk, but you know, we'll use spark arresters, we'll use basic safety protocols, and you know, apply the commonly accepted vegetation management protocols that are required by the NESC, and like based on just those kind of like basic minimum requirements, any risk that we're introducing is sufficiently mitigated, so there's no significant increase without preparing the detailed wildfire mitigation plan. But honestly, I don't know if there's necessarily a huge difference between that and saying, well, you have to have your wildfire mitigation plan. And if it's low risk, then you don't have to include as much detail in that wildfire mitigation plan because there's less risk to mitigate. I will say another weakness with our recommendation is that it kind of does set it up as a one-time decision. So the council makes its evaluation of risk at the site at the time that the application is submitted. But as we know, wildfire risk does change over time. And so revisiting this decision is not necessarily built into the process that we've described in the draft proposed rules. But if you were to just require a wildfire mitigation plan and you would require that plan to be updated, you could get up-to-date information about the risk at the site on whatever period you thought was appropriate. And we've included language now that says if you have to have a wildfire mitigation plan, then you have to update it on a schedule that the applicant has proposed. The PUC just requires annual updates of all their plans. The council could do something similar if you want, and I think that would be reasonable.
This is Hanley. I'd support that. I just don't know how you get there if you don't. You know, we at the local level, we make decisions for wildfire protection require that there be water sources and then we don't follow up with inspections or maintenance or any of that stuff. And that's really a drawback in those decisions. And I think we should not try and end up in the same pitfall here.
This is Kent. Is this working? Yeah, and on that note, alternative one is looking at minimizing the risk of an energy facility caused wildfire. And I think alternative three is the opposite of that, kind of the vulnerability of an energy facility at a certain site that's a high risk fire zone, if I'm reading that right. And I'm hoping, but alternative two is kind of a blend of the two, where it's looking at the vulnerability of the facility at a certain site, as well as that the energy facility itself won't cause a wildfire. And so am I understanding that correctly? Is that what the intent is of alternative 2?
Yes, it is. It is intended to look at both the the wildfire hazard and the probability of ignition, and then the consequences. And I think to a certain extent, I will just say that alternative 3 also was intended to be say if you like look at the probability and the risk, all right, and the exposure or vulnerability, that would be in your assessment of whether or not it's a high fire risk zone. But yeah, but I think your characterization of alternative 2 is spot on, Councilmember Howe.
Okay. Thanks.
Chris, this is Marcy. I think for me, part of it is just that we are being clear that we're taking this issue seriously. And I don't expect to have all the dots connected, I guess, because it's going to continue evolving. Something as simple as when a developer doesn't start and it gets kicked down the can. But for me, it's just important that they know that while you may not fall under the regulatory commission, that we still have this expectation. Again, looking at the communities, and it gives the community folks something to inquire about when these things are being developed as well.
Thank you, Chair Grail. I do want to circle back to Councilmember Jenkins' proposal. I can pull up the draft language here and kind of show you how it would look to just perhaps require I won't make you scroll.
Chris, can I ask you to hold on for 1 second? Because I have another question. I have a question. What about Dwayne? How does he feel about this whole thing as the compliance officer? Did he have any weigh in? Because I feel like we're getting ready to ask him to do something else.
Councilmember Grail, I have had like brief conversations about this with Dwayne, but I don't think I can speak for any specific feedback I've received from him.
No worries.
Madam Chair, I can, so for the record, I can respond to that to some degree. I think, some staff have raised this as, how do we implement this? This is not our area of expertise. We can certainly, like anything else, come up to speed. But I think we're going to have to figure out, whatever it is that council decides to do with this. If you decide to move forward and you do adopt rules, we will implement them to our best of our ability. That may be that based on the way the rules are written, we can handle it. We can review that, and whether that's Dwayne and a combination of others, could be that we need to rely on consultants to help us, or it could be we rely on consultants to help us bridge that gap to gain that knowledge and expertise. But it's a good question. I appreciate the question. I don't have a great answer for you right now because we don't know what the rules essentially are. That's going to be for council to decide. But yes, it's going to add some more complexity and some different area for us to become knowledgeable of in order to implement them. And we recognize that, that's going to fall to us.
And I thank you, Todd. This is Marcy. I don't mean to imply that it would all land on him, but I think it's important that as a department, as a staff, that it's going to be something different, and that you should get the resources that you need to do this. Again, it's something that affects the entire state, and we should be mindful. I hate to beat the proverbial dead horse, but we heard a lot about it on our road show, and I don't think anyone would balk at getting the resources necessary. Sorry about that, Chris. I'm done.
Yeah, Marcy, this is Hanley. That's probably one of the reasons I like the wildfire mitigation plan approach, because it's clear what your targets are. It provides more clarity for the public. It provides more clarity for the development of the project, and then for the long-term maintenance and evaluation by the department. So while it's difficult to require another plan of these developers, I think this approach would provide a lot more clarity for everyone involved.
Comments? Cindy?
Chair Grau, Cindy Condon. This may be way off the mark, but I am curious, Todd or Chris, if you know anything about, so our site certificate holders, should the mitigation plan or everything fail and there's a wildfire caused by a facility, is there insurance? Is insurance available? Do they have to carry insurance? I don't even know if our certificate holders have to carry insurance today. And that to me is a financial risk, certainly not only to the site certificate holder, but to us, the state. And I'm just curious how insurance might fit into wildfire mitigation planning. They may not be able to get it.
Councilmember Condon. So if a certificate holder is a regulated public utility, I think there are some insurance requirements and bonding requirements there. And I know there's some specific statutory language requiring that nuclear power plants and other nuclear installations have insurance, but I'm actually not sure if there's any other insurance requirements imposed by the siting process itself. That could be something that was looked at in the organizational expertise or financial assurance standards, but I don't believe it is now. Although I would assume that there's at least some coverage from some of these for these facilities. And I don't know, I'll defer to Secretary Cornett or others if there's anything I'm missing.
For the record, Todd Cornett, we do not have any requirements for, posting insurance, other than that sort of bond requirement, which is sort of a different concept. Whether or not, say, independent power producers have to maintain insurance, I don't know. We can certainly look into that, but I would not want to answer that question because I do not know.
Okay.
So Councilmember Condon, did that address your question? I know it didn't
Thank you.
answer it, but
Sorry, I got some information, so that's good. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. So going back to pulling up this proposed rule language, and can I get a head nod that you can see what's on the screen? It looks like can. So this is our proposed wildfire standard. Subsection A requires the risk analysis. Currently, subsection B has this significant increase standard, no significant increase standard associated with it. And then subsection C has the requirement for a wildfire mitigation plan with the approval criteria subject to the condition that the analysis area contains an area of heightened risk of wildfire or high fire consequence area. To, I think, do what Council Member Jenkins is suggesting, I think we could just delete this text. And that would just require the council to find that any proposed energy facility will operate in compliance with an improved wildfire mitigation plan. And then the next issue was to discuss the specific criteria here. So I don't know if the council needs to make this decision, if that's what you want the proposal to look like now, but if that is what you want to do, you just need to make that clear in the final motion, and I'll let you discuss. I personally don't see any issues with doing this.
Cindy Condon, Chair Grail.
Yes, Cindy.
And just a follow-up question. So yesterday, we heard when we were touring the proposed site that Nolan Hills that we reviewed yesterday, Matt was talking about how it's being required to put gravel at the base of of, you know, transformers and I think turbines as well. But and I'm just wondering if we strike the language such that we don't review design, construction, and operated in a manner that dot 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 that it removes that opportunity, I guess, to review that, given the expertise that you will have. You may not, staff may not have it now, but will have, to review that and then make sure the mitigation plan is acceptable. I'm not sure on what basis the council would determine that a mitigation plan is appropriate without some analysis.
Councilmember Condon, I think that's a valid point, and I think to a certain extent the council would be left to decide what's appropriate and what's not. And I want to point out that I believe that issue about graveling the base of solar arrays is an application of the Oregon Fire Code, which you know, the most recent version states that it's not applicable to utility owned PV, so like utility scale solar PV facilities, but there is some questions there about when it is applicable and when it's not. So that is something that is a outstanding question, regardless of kind of this rulemaking. But anyways, I've pulled up here what we've recommended as criteria to this, and if there are some ways to tighten up the language. I mean, I think your concern is well put, and is to say when do the you know, preventative actions and programs, you know, when does that actually minimize the risk? And you know, that's all something that's now less the council or the analyst's judgment.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, this is Hanley. What I like about your list that's identified for the plans is that it's fairly specific about the information that is needed to be provided, where up above in your other option, it just says significant risk and reduce an increase in significant risk, and there's no direction there. I think,
Yeah, that is.
You know, I think.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, Councilmember Jenkins, I was going to say I think you are correct, and I just want to point out that the Section A has the components of the risk analysis we'd be looking at. So we'd be, you know, thinking, I think primarily if there was a big change in the baseline risk or the consequence areas. But I think you're right that you know, the characterization of risk and what is an increased risk is somewhat amorphous, I guess.
So, Madam Chair, if I may, Cindy, your concern is that the design, construction, and operation isn't considered as a part of the criteria for the management plan, the mitigation plan?
So it's that we would,
Sorry, Cindy Condon. It's that if the staff doesn't review the design, construction, and operation to done in a way to mitigate wildfire risk, then we have it, and then a plan submitted. I don't know how we make the assessment. You know, to say, yep, that it's designed appropriately, because we're removing that here, unless I'm reading it wrong. Or the highlighted text right now in red. I think there was a suggestion to remove that.
Councilmember Condon, perhaps I can make two observations or comments, and you can tell me if I'm on the right track with what you're thinking. So one, I think you're saying that as written, the wildfire mitigation plan is really limited to looking at operations. So maybe we should say that the proposed facility will be designed, constructed, and will operate in compliance with the plan. And then the second thing I think you're saying is that although we have pretty specific criteria for what must be included in a plan, we don't have a specific criteria for what results in a plan getting approved. Is that
Yes.
what you're saying? Yeah.
You read my mind without my being very clear. So sorry about that. Sorry about that. But yes, you read it perfectly.
Mrs. Hanley, and I agree that you need to add design, construct to the portion of the sentence that says operate. It's not just the operation, it's the designing and constructing as well that needs to comply with the plan.
I guess, would the council like me to insert that language? This is up to your discretion here on whether you want to start
Yes,
going ahead. So go ahead. Okay.
Chris, yes, we would like that. Please.
I guess for the time being, I'm going to go ahead and put this in strikeout.
This Cindy Condon.
Go ahead, Cindy.
I just want to make sure that I'm clear. So the site certificate holder or applicant submits a wildfire mitigation plan. Will we have the capability? It needs to be approved by us. And how will staff judge the design and construction? I'm just curious about the process for mitigating, to meet this objective.
I don't want to speak for anybody, but I think that's what the whole conversation about was. We've got they're going to look at whether a consultant, what all those levels of things are. No different than I suspect we do right now. We've got requirements and standards, and we're going to be looking along the way. But I'm going to shut up and let Todd speak.
Yeah, for the record, Todd Cornett. I mean, I think the sort of the base response is we are obligated to implement that as it's approved by council. So we will implement that as approved by council, whether we have, the expertise or whether we need to rely upon some others to help us, that's sort of to be determined. But ultimately, if you move forward with this and you have a plan and with a particular project, you approve a plan, it is our responsibility to implement that.
Okay, thanks. Forgot that discussion.
Yeah.
So I think the part of the answer to your question is it's based on the data that's provided in the plan that gets you to how it has to be implemented. So is it a severe site? Severe site, then you need to do these things. And that should be identified in the plan. If it's not, then, and that's what Christopher was saying earlier, is it kind of is driven by what the circumstances are associated with the development as well as the site.
Thank you. I think it's a good question. It makes me happy because we've talked about it and the public has talked about it and we're going to keep talking about it. And I think when we have developers present, they ought to know very clearly that it's an area we're not going to be de minimis about. We're going to be locked in and expect them to, and that might be the thing that gets a denial until it's right. I mean, sorry, Chris, we're just happy about your conversation here.
No, excellent. Me too. Thank you, Chair Grow. I did want to add just one thing is that so these criteria, so this paragraph A through E, are fairly close to what's in the PUC rules and requirements for wildfire mitigation plans. And what the PUC did was they hired an independent evaluator to determine whether or not the wildfire mitigation plan submitted by the utilities satisfied these criteria. And I did want to point out that there are some substantive criteria built in to these kind of sub criteria. So, for example, did the applicant use current data from reputable sources to identify the high risk areas? Did they, have they adequately described how they'll inspect their components? And that's not a good one, but the next under C here we have, have the preventative and actions and programs identified by the applicant minimize the risk of components causing wildfire, have risks to public health and safety and damages to resources protected by council standards been minimized. So there are some sort of standards, if you will, built into these criteria. Whether or not those are clear enough for the council to make consistent decisions is up to you. I do think that as the council implements this, you can also build a kind of decision record about what you think is sufficient, and that will help staff kind of implement this going forward as well.
Yeah, so Christopher and Marcy, I like E because it does incorporate the mitigate the wildfire risk. So there is your mitigation concern that you had there, Cindy.
Thank you, Hanley. All right.
Well, I think we've gotten actually into the remaining issues I kind of wanted to discuss. I'll go ahead and wrap up my discussion and see what I had left. I think I wanted to just review quickly the fiscal impact statements and the the racial equity statement, which I didn't talk about for protect areas, but I would like to bring up here. So we've kind of gone over the issue about what the criteria for the plan should be. You've seen what's in the rule language. If there's any further discussion on this, I'm happy to bring it back up. I did want to point out that, like I said, we try to stay pretty close to what the PUC is requiring, but we did cut out specific their criteria that's specific to public safety power shutoffs, and that includes both the protocols for conducting power shutoffs and the protocols for engaging with communities about when and why a shutoff might happen and what to do when a shutoff does happen. We just didn't think that was appropriate for a council standard since the facilities that you review and approve do not serve end users of electricity. Those besides the bulk transmission lines, which are really part of the bulk transmission grid and are also already subject to PUC transmission. We are really looking at bulk generation facilities that are feeding into the grid but not going to somebody's house. And then we also cut out any information about development and implementation of administrative costs. One of the underlying questions here is that kind of the PUC's decision criteria is really revolves around balancing effective mitigation strategies with, costs to consumers. Partly because that's, a big part of their mandate, but that's not really part of the council's review process. So that's just that note there that we've recommended. We stick pretty close to what the PUC is requiring, except for that public safety power shutoff, community engagement, and cost development components. And then the last thing I wanted to bring before you all is whether or not there should be some kind of exception for facilities that are subject to a PUC or consumer-owned utility-approved wildfire prevention plan. Right now, as far as proposed or existing facilities, in my mind, that would only include the Eugene to Medford transmission line operated by Pacificor and the proposed Boardman to Hemingway line, which both operate under a plan. There are a lot of utility-owned generation facilities that are on the landscape, but those don't seem to be addressed by the plans. So as far as I'm concerned, I think we've written it in a way that would just say those transmission lines wouldn't have to submit something new to us, but the council could adjust that if you want. And I'm happy to bring
Chris,
that language up.
This is Marcy. I just want to have a clarifying question. It's my understanding that the investor-owned utilities have to, but the consumer-owned, they just have to submit the plan. So how do we say that it's approved if they're just submitting it based off of their own recognizance?
Yeah, they have to have a plan, but they aren't subject to the specific criteria. So, and I guess to complicate this further, I don't believe are required to submit their first round yet. I don't know if that's coming later this year or not. I can't remember what was included in the statute for that deadline. So there's no examples out there that I know of for us to look at yet.
Understood. And I do agree that if they already are required by the PUC, which is going to be more stringent than what we would require, it would be redundant to roll them through it. So that's just my opinion. Todd?
Chair, the record, Todd Cornett. Hey, Chris, I just want to make sure that we got through issue number 7. So I don't know if that was when you had the criteria open and you were going through them, but
Oh,
just
sure.
want to
Yeah.
make sure that actually got through.
Well, I didn't hear any additional comments on these paragraphs A through E here, but if there were, yeah, happy to discuss, of course.
Go ahead, Hanley.
The heads are all nodding no here, so
Okay.
we're good.
Thank you.
Okay, so no, I'm not hearing further discussion on this exceptions issue. The other way to slice this, I think, would be to say, well, everybody has to meet the standard, but if the standard is now that you have to have a plan, they could conceivably just submit their plan that they've submitted to the PUC, but I'm not sure how well that would work. So we can keep the exception in as proposed now and also see what the comments are. Like I said, I guess I didn't give my spiel quite again for this one, but this is not your last opportunity to make changes to these rules. And if there are public comments, you will be able to make adjustments at the before you adopt permanent rules. So,
Marcy, this is Hanley.
Go ahead, Hanley.
Yeah, Christopher, my concern with us adopting the requirement for the consumer, oh no, it's Anyway, for the ones that the PUC is approving is we're reapproving it. So what happens if we don't approve it and the PUC has? I don't want us jurisdictionally to be responsible for something that the PUC's already approved, I guess. So I would support the exception.
Thank you, Chair Jenkins. And one thing that just popped in my mind, I just saw this morning that the PUC had adopted some of their new safety standard rules. And so their rules contain pretty detailed requirements about inspections and vegetation management and like trimming protocols and things like that. And I do believe that those requirements do apply to the consumer-owned utilities as transmission lines as well as the investor-owned utilities. So I just wanted to circle back and address Chair Grell's comment and say that even though there's not specific criteria for consumer-owned utility plans, there are specific inspection and safety protocols and PUC rule that are applicable to their infrastructure, to the best of my understanding.
Thank you.
Ralph?
Yes, Cindy.
Cindy Condit, I just want to make sure I'm operating in good space here. So with respect to this question, so I am affiliated with the consumer-owned utility. And so I want to make sure I remain silent or when just with respect to this issue. And if you could give guidance, that would be terrific.
For the record, Todd Cornett, I'll make a initial response and I'll look to Patrick to correct me if he has an additional thoughts or ideas. This is a legislative process during rulemaking, which is usually, a fairly open-ended process. I think, if somebody has some background or, information, I think disclosure is appropriate. I don't believe that there's any issues here with you continuing to participate on this rulemaking, although I do appreciate the disclosure. So, but again, I will look to Patrick to see if he has any different thoughts on this.
And it sounded like Councilmember Condon, you were just suggesting that
Patrick,
Sorry, Patrick, we're having a hard time hearing you.
Can you hear me better? Any better now?
A little bit. It's still a little difficult.
Okay, I'm gonna turn my volume all the way up. Is that any better?
Good, good enough.
Okay. As I understand it, Councilmember Condon was suggesting that she just not participate with regard to discussion of this particular issue number 8. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. I agree with Todd. We're early in this process. I don't know what your affiliation is with the consumer-owned utility, but if you're suggesting to recuse yourself from discussion just of this issue, I think that would be appropriate. To clarify, not necessary for you to recuse yourself from discussion of this rulemaking in its entirety.
Thank you. And so I will recuse myself. I'm on the board of a consumer-owned utility, so I think it's appropriate. I recuse. Thanks.
Thank you.
Well, I will go ahead and move forward, hearing no more discussion about this exceptions issue. And I just, you'll have your opportunity to make the final discussion. So if there is more discussion on this, just please let me know. Or if you'd like to see the draft language that we've drawn up, I can bring that up. But to kind of conclude with our recommendations, we just have some conforming changes needed to implement the new standard. And that includes establishing information requirements to support the findings required by the new standard. So we'd be just, like I said, I think at the beginning of this, requiring a general description of wildfire risk in the NOI, and then requiring that risk analysis, which is described in the standard as part of the application, as well as, oh, sorry, and I guess I will need to go back and edit this, as well as the draft wildfire mitigation plan And I want to point out that sometimes when we have these draft mitigation plans, their submittal is deferred until later in the process. And I would actually recommend for this issue that the rules specifically require the draft to be submitted as part of the application, unless you want to delegate that review to staff in some way. So, okay, before we make our final decision, then I need to make a change to the red line about the draft plan because it has that conditional language in it too. So I'll just go back and do that while maybe you're discussing how you want to proceed on the other issues. But similar to how we discussed the timeline for the protected areas rulemaking, I just want to point out that we have a draft timeline that we've put together. We're recommending that the rulemaking hearing for this project be kind of held concurrently or, at the same time as the other two rulemaking hearings that we currently have scheduled at the June meeting. And then we would have the council be looking at the adoption of permanent rules in July. I do want to just point out that since this is a new standard and it's pretty substantial rule change, when you do adopt permanent rules, you always have the ability to postpone their effective date if you want. So you can either have those rules become effective immediately upon your decision, like upon my filing to the Secretary of State, or if you want to specify a later effective date, when you make that final decision, you can do that. I just wanted to put that in your heads now, but that's not something you need to decide on today.
Christopher, sorry, I was just gonna ask, since you're making some changes, would you like us to take a few minute break and give you a moment so you don't feel under the gun? Are you okay?
If you have anything to discuss for like 1 minute, I think that's all I need. But otherwise, if you do want to take a quick break, that's okay too.
What do y'all? Anybody need a break? I'm just trying to be mindful of him. Because we took a break, he did not.
Give you 5 minutes.
All right, Hanley's proposal, we're giving you 5 minutes.
Wonderful.
Taking a break. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Grail. So I just, on the screen now, you'll see just changes to the information requirements, implementing the
Chris, can you make that a little larger, please?
absolutely, Chair Grail.
And
I will
Thank
say, one, this for the record, this is Chris Clark, the Council's Rules Coordinator. Not as necessarily now that we're on video, but probably still helps. So just what's on the screen now is just another conforming change to make the information requirement for the application similar to the revised rule that would just always require a wildfire mitigation plan. The revised language would state that the exhibit requiring information about wildfire risk would need to include, but would not be limited to a draft wildfire mitigation plan. And this would be B. So that's a relatively straightforward change. I think that the two issues that there weren't, I think there wasn't consensus on whether or not there should be a goalpost in the new standard. And I didn't get a clear resolution on the exception, although it sounded like most people were comfortable including it. So I guess I'll start with that second one. Was everyone comfortable with including the exception for facilities that would be subject to a PUC or COU approved plan? Or would you like to see that language?
No, this is Hanley. I'm comfortable with it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with it.
Cindy?
So that said, I guess the last issue.
Oh, that's right. Sorry.
Oh.
Yeah, we're all good here.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Girl. So I guess the remaining issue then that needs to be resolved is how you want to proceed with the goalpost. and whether or not this standard should be applicable to all future council decisions on applications or requests for amendment, or just those those future applications and requests that have not yet been determined to be complete.
Any thoughts?
And I do have example language if you'd like to see what a goalpost would look like.
Back to the original language that you proposed.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Jenkins, could you repeat that?
Can you go back to the original language you proposed?
For this? Oh, for the goalpost? So this is what this is what would be the example. You can decide. Right now, we've recommended that this not be included. And not including this language would mean that basically any application or request that is currently before
Cindy
you
had to
would
recuse
be
herself,
subject.
so she's asking if I'm still on.
Hey, Jordan, you need to mute your phone.
Yep. There we go. Sorry about that.
It's all right. Hold on one second, Chris. I was just making sure he was still on since Cindy recused herself. So, okay. Keep going.
Okay, yeah. So I guess the question before you is whether or not you want to include the section 3, which would establish a goalpost and say that the standard doesn't apply to any request or application that was determined to be complete on or before the effective date of the rule. And again, staff's recommendation is to not include this language, but the council obviously it's up to you.
Oh, this now I'm
Yeah.
If we eliminate it, then we have a bad fire season. It's going to kind of point to us. We should have required the wildfire protection plan. If we don't, or if we here, this would make it so that we wouldn't, for those that were complete before the effective date of the rule. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, for the record, Todd Cornett. What I'd say is with this one, there's a shelf life with this
That's true.
language.
Yeah.
So anybody that's in application now, if you eliminate that, would have to meet the fire safety requirements, even if they're after preliminary application right now or after completeness right now. As long as they're in the process, they will ultimately have to meet this. But all those projects that are currently past that phase, once they kind of get past, it won't matter anymore because everybody will prospectively have to meet the fire safety plan. It's just those that are currently in application and whether you want to kind of give them kind of that goalpost where, say somebody's already at completeness, then you would say if we kept the language, they would not have to meet this fire safety plan requirement. But if you remove this language, and it takes 3 months, and they're 3 months further down after completeness, they would still have to meet it. So it really is, it's the goalpost. It's short kind of shelf life, for applicability, but it is an important question to kind of think about.
Still wrestle with firing some while they're in. You know that what the government's
So
I would just say I am not
I would
getting
support leaving them.
Chair or Councilmember Jenkins audio. So if there's a question for me, let me know.
He's not getting your audio.
Just a second, Chris. Go ahead.
I would support leaving the language in.
Chair Grail,
Yes, Cindy.
Cindy Condon. Generally, I agree on changing changing the game. Just to me, this is such a wildfire is devastating. We've seen it, and I just think it's a more critical issue. And when you say short-lived, Todd, they're exempt from having a mitigation plan? They're not included here. Then they don't submit a mitigation plan ever.
the record, Todd Cornett, Councilmember Condon, that's correct. So let me play out the scenario just to make sure that the way I described it before was a little more clear. So say today, say we use sort of completeness, as the goalpost. Say as of today, an application is complete. And then 2 months from now, council adopts these new rules. If you put the goalpost in, they would then not have to have a wildfire mitigation plan. They would not be reviewed unless they did not construct their project within the original timeframes and came back for an amendment.
Right.
Then that new rules would trigger for them, and they would have to meet all of those mitigation plan and evaluation kind of requirements. So, but if, and again, kind of playing out the scenario, if you eliminated this language and somebody was complete as of today, then, I mean, they would go on notice that they need to start working on their kind of wildfire mitigation plan right now, because prior to, assuming council approves their facility, prior to approving that facility, that would have to be a component of that.
Okay.
Other piece to this is that almost all of these projects have been getting amendments. And every time you do an amendment, you've got to do a wildfire mitigation plan associated with that amendment.
Which, true, but it depends on the amendment. So if somebody adds 2 acres to their site boundary, maybe it applies, maybe it doesn't, but it doesn't retroactively apply to everything else. So the amendment, like any rules on an amendment, it's the applicable rules that would apply. Not everything applies to every amendment. It depends. Now, if it's a time extension to begin construction, everything new would apply, certainly.
Yeah.
But say if if there was a wind farm that was approved and they were adding a solar facility, we would only apply this to the solar facility, not the prior approved wind farm.
So what about like increasing the production of a turbine?
I mean, again, we would have to look to see, what the triggers were. I don't know that we could go back at if they were just expanding the blade lengths, that's the trigger for the amendment is those blade lengths. And so we would have to see how much could apply, but I don't know that we could go back and retroactively, probably should be careful about using that word, apply the new rules to the entire facility. So that would, I would say unlikely, but I don't want to be definitive as well until we've evaluated it.
Chair Grail.
Yes, Cindy.
Just another question. I realize we're dealing with a new standard and on application, but is there any way to incorporate existing facilities, not on application, that within X amount of time, a wildfire mitigation plan would have to be submitted?
So facilities that are already approved.
That are already approved and operating.
So Chris talked about this. It was a little implicit in one of the slides that Chris brought up in terms of the applicability slide. So I think there's 2 clear ways you could say, it's either kind of applicable, for everybody up to the site certificate, or, it's not. there's a third way, and it was kind of embedded or implicit within that there is language within the council's rules which are related to the application of later adopted laws. But so meaning that, a facility is built and in operation, and, typically rules do not apply retroactively. That is one area within the council's rules where they could apply retroactively. But the threshold is that somebody, could be council, could be a member of the public, would have to make a case about the later that to apply those later adopted laws because there is an overriding public health and safety sort of element associated with it. So somebody would have to make the case, council would have to evaluate it, conclude that there was, the later adopted laws, the application of those later adopted laws was related to public health and safety, and then you could apply those to pre-existing facilities. To my knowledge, that's never been done. The rules are there. We don't really have experience applying them, but that would be the only way that I'm aware of that would be applied.
And one of my concerns is that when somebody steps up to do that, it's after the crisis event. And so I'm just trying to understand what we can do ahead of time. So thanks.
And to echo
Yes, Ken.
oh, sorry, for the record, this is Chris Clark, the rules coordinator. I just wanted to say it is possible for the council, and I think Secretary Cornett said this, but possible to request that type of amendment on its own motion as well.
Thank you, Chris. Kent?
Yeah, Chair Gurriel, I have a CYA kind of proposal that rewording number 3 there to have this language that says, while this standard does not apply to the review of any application for site certificate or request for amendment that was determined to be complete under the rule on or before the effective date of this rule, it is recommended that facilities develop a wildfire protection plan that minimizes and mitigates wildfire risk, and leave it at that. I don't know, it doesn't have any teeth to it, but in a way it kind of is putting them on notice they should.
Yeah, so
Even if we don't want to go back and retroactively kind of apply the goalposts.
I guess a question for Patrick. I'm not sure that we can put recommended language in rule. I don't, I was always told that, you either do it or you don't in law.
I don't know that you're prohibited, but as Councilmember Howe already pointed out, it would be toothless. So there wouldn't be much point to doing it.
Thank you, Patrick. Thank you, Hanley. Yeah, comfort. So we need to make a decision here.
I support leaving the language in 3.
Supported as well.
Thank you.
Cindy, I support its elimination. So I would rather not have that. Thank you. The language.
This is Marcy, and I'm going to support leaving it. Jordan, I know you're on the phone. Are you in or out?
Support.
Thank you. So there's your answer, Chris.
Okay, so this the council was kind of indicated that you wanted to leave or add, I will say, this language in the section 3, providing a goalpost. And I do I'll restate again that we can put this in. We'll put this in the draft proposed rules now, and the council will have another opportunity to revisit this based on public comments, or if you decide not to move forward with it before you adopt proposed rules. So I will then turn this back to you to make your final motion on the rule package. I would say that we are at option 2 right now. And the modifications that I have heard are adding the goalpost language to the proposed wildfire standard and eliminating the significant increased risk of wildfire criteria from the wildfire standard and requiring that all proposed energy facilities provide a draft wildfire mitigation plan that for the design, construction, and operation of that plan. And I don't know, I can certainly get all of that into the voting record. I don't know if there's a more elegant way to put that into motion, but if I missed anything, please do let me know.
Thank you.
Chair Grill, Mr. Clark, could you do that very last point you made? What was it? Requiring all facilities to
Be designed, constructed, and operated in compliance with the wildfire mitigation plan.
Got it. Thank you.
I'm just noticing that I'm all over the place with my attachment labels again, so my apologies for that.
You're doing great, Chris. You're doing great.
It's crafting.
I see that. We're
You want me
watching.
to start it, Kent, and then you can fill in, so do a team.
I think I got it.
Okay,
All right.
go for it.
Madam Chair, I move that the council initiate formal proceedings to adopt a new standard and rules to address wildfire prevention and response at energy facilities, and authorize staff to issue a notice of proposed rulemaking as presented with these 3 changes, adding the goalpost language to the wildfire. What was that?
Standard.
Yeah, just adding the goalpost language. I think that'll get it. Eliminating the significant risk criteria from the wildfire standard, and require all facilities to be designed, constructed, and operated consistent with the wildfire operation plan or protection plan.
Mitigation.
Is that right?
Mitigation.
Mitigation.
We've used the term mitigation in this rule.
Yeah.
That.
All right. Thank you. Okay.
Mrs. Hanley, I'll second that.
So we have a motion. We have a second. Any final conversation, comments? Hearing none. Mr. Secretary, please call the roll.
Hanley Jenkins. Kent Howe.
Yes.
Marcy Grail.
Yes.
Jordan Truitt.
Yes.
Cindy Condon.
Yes.
Motion carries, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Chris, nice work. Don't
Thank
know what we're
you.
going to do without you.
I'll be around. So thank you, Chair Grell. Thank you, council members. I appreciate the discussion.
I say to everyone, that was very good work and thorough, and that was great. That it on there. So that concludes agenda item G, and that now gets us to 2:03. The time's now 2:03 p.m. And unless there's something that anyone else has, I'll pause for a second.
Madam Chair, I just make one final comment.
Yes, sir.
Very happy to be back in person. It's nice to see you all. I also just wanted to give a really big shout out to Nancy Hatch. So her first meeting in person, and we're trying to do these in a hybrid way. And I think that's just going to be our model from here on out. So a little trickier. She's done an amazing job. So all the credit goes to her for pulling this off. So great job.
Well done. Well done.
And then I would just say for council members, anybody else, as we move forward in this hybrid model, we're always looking for input on what worked, what didn't. So please feel free to let us know how we can do better.
Thank you. Well, thank you. That was pretty good. It was exciting to come back together. So the time is now to 4 p.m. and the May 26, 27, 2022 meeting of the Energy Facility Siting Council is now adjourned. Ha! Yay.
Thank you, Jordan.
Thanks. Have a great
Christopher.
Memorial Day. Everyone be safe in your
Well
travels.
done, everyone. Safe